This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After 46 years in Colorado Springs, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame are considering a move to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the move makes a ton of sense.
This is a perfect matchup. I mean, Cheyenne is where the daddy of them all, the big rodeo, Cheyenne Frontier Days is. I went and looked at the Hall of Famers. A lot of them, if they aren't from Wyoming, they still went to Wyoming for Cheyenne Frontier Days and won a buckle there. Plus, Colorado Springs is more focused on being the Olympic city rather than being the rodeo city. If you brought the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame to Wyoming, it's like bringing the NFL here.
Economic development entity Cheyenne Leads CEO Betsy Hale tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the reasons the PRCA is seriously considering a move to Wyoming is that it's outgrown the space in Colorado Springs. Cheyenne City Council member Mark Moody is spearheading a proposal that would increase the fine for sleeping on city streets. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports if passed, the fine would escalate considerably.
The Cheyenne City Council is weighing an amendment to a city ordinance that would increase the fine for sleeping in city streets by 15 times from $50 all the way to $750. Cowboy State Daily also spoke to several business owners in an area that has a known homeless encampment there, and those individuals said that they're not necessarily concerned either by the homeless population there. One business owner told me they're human beings and expressed a willingness to support them in any way possible and said that this increased fine is only going to make the situation worse.
The proposal will go through the Public Services Committee, where it will undergo discussion before being brought up at a future City Council meeting for a second reading, during which members of the community will have an opportunity to give public comment. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled Monday that a marketing company suing Kanye West's 2020 presidential campaign, which was registered in Wyoming, failed to show it was cheated out of payment. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that it was up to the rapper to prove there was a contract.
The appeals court both said, whoa, this company failed to show that there was ever a contract between it and Kanye. They might have had some understanding with this other company that was doing services for Kanye 2020, but the company that's actually suing failed to show a contract with Kanye West, and so their case is going to rightfully be dismissed.
SeedX Inc. was a marketing company that accused the Kanye 2020 campaign of denying its payments for services it said it provided West's presidential campaign lost in court in April. U.S. District Court Judge Alan B. Johnson of Wyoming dismissed the case without prejudice, which means SeedX could reorganize and file a better version of its case if it wishes. The future of more than 3 million acres of federal land in southwest Wyoming remains uncertain under a resource management plan that has been debated and revised numerous times. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke with some outdoor enthusiasts, and they say out of the 3 million acres that encompasses the RMP, the Greater Little Mountain area should remain untouched.
There's one area kind of in the middle of that, about a 500,000 acre area called the Greater Little Mountain area. And the consensus with that seems to be no matter what else we do with the rest of this area, let's leave this more or less intact. Leave it the way it is because it is a special area. And I talked to a couple of guys, one guy who lives in Green River and another who lives in Rock Springs, about how even going generations back in their family, this has always been kind of a little mini wilderness where everybody's gone to get away from everything or go hunting or hiking or whatever they do.
Proposed revisions of the Bureau of Land Management Rock Springs RMP has sparked a heated debate over the past few years, with many Wyomingites claiming that the BLM's preferred alternative is too restrictive and would stifle local economies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday, November 12th. It's crazy stories today. I hope we can get to them all. Yesterday, we had a jam-packed guest list. Today, not so much, so we'll be able to do justice for a bunch of these stories. Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and the PRCA. Could rodeo move to Wyoming? How is rodeo not already in Wyoming? Headquarters from Colorado, where Colorado's all about the Olympics, skiing, and marijuana. We still rodeo in Wyoming. Cheyenne's got big city problems, man. Homeless, aggressive door-to-door salesman, noise ordinance. I would never live in Cheyenne. I can't believe Cheyenne's still a part of Wyoming. Maybe we should cede Cheyenne to Colorado. If you folks, anyone who lives in Cheyenne, with all apologies, but not really, sorry, not sorry, Cheyenne, you're a big city now. Cheyenne, you got big city problems when you're talking about increasing the fines for the homeless and dealing with aggressive salespeople coming door to door. Nobody comes door to door where I live or where anyone else lives in Wyoming. It's the reason we live in Wyoming, because there's not going to be any Jehovah's Witnesses, missionary, or salespeople, or anybody else coming door to door. Not welcome. My doormat says, come back with a warrant. I still take phone calls without a preparatory text, although not many people do anymore. Who just answers the phone? Since the day and age where you're able to see the number calling you, that begat the idea that you don't just pick up a phone because it's ringing. It's not like a crying baby. Oh, the phone's ringing. I better pick it up. Nobody picks up the phone. The most you'll do is look at the number. Don't reckon, not one of my friends. Not answering. Nobody. And then 10 times worse than that is an unsolicited knock at the door. Yeah, come back with a warrant. I don't come knocking at the door, man. Unless you got a real problem. like you broke down or something I can help you with, but chances are that's not the case. And yeah, so Cheyenne, welcome to big city problems, capital city. Got homeless people, salespeople going door to door, which is big city. And you got people riding their crotch rockets up and down the street making noise. You got to have a noise ordinance. If you live in a town where you need to lock your doors and you need a noise ordinance, it's time to consider moving. You're no longer in Wyoming. And you make all the fun you want of Jackson, where I am, although far enough outside of Jackson that I can still exist financially, and I don't have to see the shenanigans of Jackson. Make all the fun you want about Jackson not being a part of Wyoming, but Cheyenne, you're doing your best to be a big city with your big city problems. We'll talk more about that. Kanye West, supposedly in the news. I don't think so. Claire McFarland wrote a story with Kanye West's name in the headline. I think it's more of a SEO grab than it is a real news story. But Claire will be on today. We'll ask her. Veterans celebrated Veterans Day yesterday. Greg has the story. Greg wrote a story about celebrating Veterans Day in Cheyenne. Brawling deer crashed through a window into a house. They had to be sedated and removed. Not the first time. That happens every fall, I guess. Grass fire. What else is happening? Well, tons of stuff. Oh, yeah. President Trump, in his clemency frenzy, also granted a pardon for Sunseri, another Claire McFarland story. Michelino Sunseri. This is this is a case of should have never been arrested, or I don't know if he was arrested, but he was trespass. It's a whole lot ado about nothing. Is that a Shakespeare song? Much ado about nothing. The Sunseri case, that it even needed a pardon, that it even got this far. I can't even. We had Michelino Sunseri's lawyer on this show. And even during it, I was trying to be friendly and appease and do a good interview. But had we to do it again today, I'd be like, I don't think that's even news, man. A professional trail runner. How many times can I finish this thought with only in Jackson Hole? Only in Jackson. A professional trail runner, only in Jackson, loses out on the record climb. He ran up the Grand Teton and down, only in Jackson. You got nothing better. Who has time to run up the mountain and down? For no reason. I mean, it's not like he's toting a rifle looking for elk. And then he gets in big trouble for coming down the wrong way. He shortcutted one of the switchbacks, only in Jackson. And the whole running community, yes, there is a such thing, only in Jackson. The running community either came to the defense of Sunseri saying, everybody comes down that way, or they chased him out of town with sharp sticks and torches like Frankenstein, saying, yeah, you can't do that. His record doesn't count. Should have an asterisk, should be stripped of his record. Not only that, stripped of the record, he was cited by park officials for going off trail. Only in Jackson. And now receives a pardon from the president. Like this thing has reached presidential notice. This has gotten to the White House somehow. Maybe I should have him back on the show. I had him on the show, and the whole time I'm thinking, no one cares about this. Even runners, even avid runners, whoever you are, people who choose to run. Are you running away from something or to something? So metaphorical, so deep. Even runners, I don't think, could work up the energy it takes to be terribly interested in Michelino Sunseri's record run up the Grand Teton and down, and whether he ran afoul of the rules. It's all I can do to keep up with my fantasy football team. I can't worry about this runner coming down Grand Teton, coming for the record, and he runs straight down the hill instead of on the trail of switchbacks. I would too if I'm looking to break a record. Fastest way is straight down. But yeah, then the guy is in legal trouble and needs a pardon from the president. This much ado about nothing. That is a Shakespeare story. Also, we're going to look at number one country song on the Billboard charts today. And no one knows who sings it. No one knows who recorded it. No one's ever heard of this group. And there's strong speculation. In fact, when you ask ChatGPT, and I did, there's a 60 to 90% chance it is AI-generated song by an artist that's a robot. Well, we finally got there. We thought this would be in the future, right? Sometime in the future, art will be created by machines. It's here. Number one song on the country music charts right now, Billboard, is very likely, we still don't know, is very likely written by, performed by, recorded by a machine, a robot, a bot. Oh my goodness. We're there. We did it. And yeah, we got other stuff to do, but let's do weather. No, I don't like that song for weather. I don't like that. Oh, that's a good weather. That feels weathery, right? Oh, yeah. I'm in the weather mode now. I'm vibing. Weather. Casper, sunny, breezy, 62 today. Riverton, clouds on the increase, 60. Evanston, increase in clouds, 59. You'll see a common theme here the last couple of days that were absolute gold. Gonna start to deteriorate a little bit. And by the time we get to Friday, we got some weather coming. Clouds on the increase in Evanston, up at upper 50s. Same, Green River. Pinedale, clouds increasing, 53. It'll start clouding up in Alpine as well with highs 58. DuBois, mostly sunny, breezy, 54 the high. 57 in Jackson with clouds increasing in the afternoon. Partly sunny. Thermop, 60. Cody, 62 today under partly sunny skies. Buffalo, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 50s. Gradually becoming sunny at Sheridan, highs 62. That's a hot spot in the state. No, it isn't. Torrington beat him again. Sorry. Get ahead of myself. Gradually becoming sunny in Gillette, 61. Newcastle, 57, sunny. Mostly sunny in Torrington with a high at 66. 67 in Wheatland. That's the hot spot. Way to go, Wheatland. Cheyenne at the state capitol. It's a great day to be homeless. You can sleep outside all day on a park bench. Mostly sunny, 64. Mostly sunny and 60 in Laramie. I don't mean to make fun of the homeless. It's, the situation that got you homeless. Certainly tragic. In fact, we've got a guest on today that is doing more for the homeless than you are. I'll tell you that. We're going to talk to Hunter Christensen with the Hughes Charitable Foundation. Find out what they're doing for the homeless, the hungry, and Everybody else in need. Partly sunny, breezy in Rawlins, 57. Well, speaking of only in Jackson, I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it. Was it this week? I think it was last week and then earlier this week. Last week I said the Teton County Fair was considering bringing back pig wrestling. It had gone away during COVID, like everything else did, for fear of transmitting. I don't know what. Were they afraid the pigs were going to get COVID from us? Were we afraid that swine flu could jump out of the little piglets and infect the pig wrestlers? Of all the things that you could be overly concerned about during that and I will never forget it. I'm still talking about it. It's 2025. I will never forget the hoops we were made to jump through, the ridiculousness of the pandemic, which was fake. Fake. I don't know why. I don't want to go full tinfoil hat and say, oh, it was the CDC, it was Faust. Is that what his name? Fauci? Whatever his name. He's gone, right? I don't want to say it was Big Pharma making tons of money. They invented it. I don't want to say the Chinese were looking to unleash it on us. I don't know why, but I know the reaction to it was way over the top. And I remember the silliness, particularly in sports. I was covering, in my night job, I got 5 jobs because I live in Jackson and I have to pay rent. In my night job, I do play-by-play for high school sports. I remember going to basketball games. You would have to clear all these hurdles just to go to the game. This is when they didn't allow a crowd. Nobody in the stands, but they allowed media because everybody had to stay home. Everybody couldn't go to the game because you'd be sitting too close. The only people allowed in the game were parents. You had to prove you were a parent. And then you had to sit, somebody in the bleacher here, somebody way up there. You had to spread out. And then they allowed broadcasters because we were going to give you the only chance you had to see this basketball game because you couldn't catch COVID over the airwaves. And then I remember the silly rules that we just invented that thought, okay, we got to stop the spread of. Meanwhile, there was still air travel. People were allowed to fly from countries that were infested with COVID, supposedly. They were still flying. Everybody was, you really want to do something about the pandemic on day one. When you find ground zero, stop every flight. That's how you stop it. If you allow air travel at all, you're going to continue a pandemic because they're going to bring it from there to here to here to here. The only places that were safe were places in the middle of islands in the middle of nowhere that saw no traffic anyway. So while air travel was going on and we were all sneezing on each other and passing COVID to each other because you can't stop it, we had these really good rules in high school basketball, like no jump ball. No, they took out the jump ball to start the game, but the referee throws the ball up in the air and 2 guys try to tip it. That was considered, they took that out of the game because that put, that put the referee in too close a proximity with 2 players who were in too close a proximity and none of them wearing masks. The horror of it all, that we would take out. Meanwhile, the rest of the game, if you watch basketball, involves players being fairly close to each other. That's the nature of the game. And the referees often handing the ball to a player. Here, take your free throw shot. All these things happen during the course of the game and were allowed to happen. But the jump ball, that's where COVID lives. In the jump ball, that's where the pandemic's going to bite you. In baseball, they didn't allow the dugout to come and cheer on their player when he hit a home run. I could see a little bit of that. Baseball does not involve a lot of close contact. Like, nobody's tackling each other or touching each other for the most part in baseball. You got an ump that's right behind the catcher breathing all over him. And then the catcher's very near the batter. Those three at home plate are spreading COVID like crazy because they're not following the rules of the banks. Oh, the banks were so smart. Stand 6 feet apart while you're waiting to cash that check. You will certainly survive the COVID-19 if you stand 6 feet from the dude in front of you at the bank. Meanwhile, there's 3 guys within 3 feet of each other at home plate in the baseball game. Super spreader. But I remember in the baseball games, they said the dugout, all the guys in the dugout cannot come out and crowd around and high five and cheer a player who hits a home run. He circles the bases, he comes to home plate, and the whole team's waiting for him, like baseball. Yay! Can't do that because that puts the whole team right there next to each other. Meanwhile, the whole team is sitting in the dugout right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder. But they can't come out to home plate and do it. The stuff about COVID was... Why did I get off track on that anyway? I can't even remember what I was talking about. I need a commercial break anyway to calm down. I'll be right back if I remember where I was going with this train of thought, because it derailed.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
I was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean...
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, welcome back to the circus that is the show Wednesday. Good morning, Erlen. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Brenda. PRCA to Wyoming. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. First, I remember what I was not remembering earlier when I got off on the pandemic thing, when we were worried about pig wrestling at the county fair. And I began the whole bit with, I knew it. Teton County Fair ended the pig wrestling back in the pandemic, I assume for fear that we would spread COVID wrestling pigs or perhaps spread swine flu. Then when the pandemic was found to be complete fabrication, and we went on with our regular lives and waited for production of everything to catch up. Because all we did for a year and a half as shut-ins was order stuff on Amazon. I mean, we clicked like crazy. Zoom stock went through the roof because we sat in our little boxes at home, safe, and clicked and bought stuff. Only nobody was making stuff because the Chinese were also home, not working in the factories where they make stuff. And we had once we ran out of stuff, even Fauci and those who said the pandemic is real had to say, well, we can relax the rules a little bit because we got to get back to work, man. You got to get your butt back in the factory and make some widgets because we ran out of toilet paper in the first week. And we were out of parts. We were out of everything because all we did is click on Amazon. And we had to get back to work. And now we're still behind. How many years later, we're still in a backlog of stuff that didn't get made while we all just stayed home and shopped online. Once again, I'm off track. Oh, yeah. So while the county fair in Teton canceled pig wrestling for a year or two to keep us all safe, the company that provided pig wrestling that had pigs, and there are not many of them that do this. Most outfits that own pigs own them because they're going to slaughter them and make them bacon. That's, the pig business. The only reason you'd have a pig around, unless you're Jeff Doherty, sorry, Jeff, is you're going to make food out of them. Or there are very few who actually have a few pigs, and these must be the skinny ones. These are pigs you can't fatten up. Like, try as you might, you keep feeding them slop and they don't get any bigger. And you're like, son of a gun, you're never going to amount to anything in the bacon world. You're a disappointment to the breakfast industry, you pig. And those skinny ones who never fatten up become good pig wrestling pigs. And especially when you grease a little bentonite on them, they're impossible to hang on to. They're so squiggly and squirmy and slippery. Those pigs, if you own those pigs, you wrestle them. You rent them out to county fairs, and that's your gig. And so the couple that did the pig wrestling back in the day during COVID, they went out of business. They retired. They ran out of skinny pigs, I guess. And so when the county fair said, we want to bring back pig wrestling, it's one of the most popular events at the fair, if not the most popular. And no one did it. They couldn't find a contractor. Well, now Teton County Fair Board, of which I am a former member, I've been there. I've seen how the sausage is made, and it's made from pig. Spoiler alert. I remember, the contractor, I remember the pig wrestle. Like, it was rubber stamp back in the day. Yeah, pig wrestle this year. Yep. One of the most, it sells out instantly. It's the biggest event. So when this new outfit was found in, I think, Idaho Falls, and they say, we can provide pigs for your fair, the fair board said, oh, this is fantastic. We got to get it back. But the fair board now does not have the power to make their own decisions. If they did, this would be easy. It would be a slam dunk a la shoving a pig in a barrel. This would be an easy decision. Yeah, you bring the fair back. But the fair board has since been, since I was on it, neutered. And they have to run all their decisions through the county commissioners. Oh, boy. Can you imagine? County commission, like all their decisions, like we need a tractor to drag the arena floor because barrel racers like the ground to be not deep. They like it hard and shallow. They want to run fast. But the ropers, they like a little softer for their contest. And so we need a tractor. We need a different drag on our tractor that we can switch out. And it's going to cost this amount of money. The fair board used to just go do it because they understood what it takes to run a fair, to run a rodeo, etc. They were ag-minded. We were all ag-minded. We were 4-H. When you have to run it past the suit and ties of the county commission, they're like, what's a tractor? I mean, they didn't know. They don't know anything. So now you got to run the pig wrestling through the 5 electeds. And granted, they did last week say, oh, pig wrestling, it's your most successful event. You found a new pig vendor. Okay, we approve it. And they approved the return of pig wrestling to the Teton County Fair. And then, this being Teton County, Jackson Hole, which is not technically part of Wyoming, here comes the noise. Bring the noise. Oh, the poor pigs are getting hurt in the wrestling. The pigs squeal when people try to pick them up. And they can be injured during the... You know what? I did pig wrestling. You know who got hurt? Me, the human. I did something to my knee to this day. Still hurts when I did the pig wrestling. 4 little kids chasing around a pig. Don't worry about the pig. The kids are the ones that are going to get... Anyway, yeah, the noise from animal activists, and I don't want to make fun of them because I do, who doesn't love animals? I love animals. I don't want to see animals get hurt. You want to shoot a cat with a bow and arrow? Come to my house and we'll have a talk that involves very little words and a whole lot of knuckle sandwich. And I don't want pigs to get hurt. But these pigs are going to be on your breakfast plate if they don't wrestle. Same with the rodeo crowd that says, oh, the poor bull, the poor horse that has to buck. That horse is going to be Canadian steak if it doesn't run in rodeo. Likely. And that bull is going to McDonald's. So these poor pigs, they have to be picked up and put in a barrel, and that could hurt them. I knew the noise was coming. I knew the blowback was coming. It was so noisy and the saber rattling so significant that today I'm reading in the Jackson Hole News and Guide, the county commissioners have rescinded their vote to approve the pig wrestling. It's being reconsidered now in light of Teton County. You know what? I can expect that they'll take it off the table. I will see. I mean, well, we'll keep an eye on it. But I knew it. I knew it was too good to be true when they brought back pig wrestling. I thought, in this day and age in Jackson Hole, pig wrestling, it's... In Jackson, they took away the demolition derby because it was hurtful to cars. Not really, but they did. The demolition derby is gone. There was a fear that, yes, it was injuring Detroit's finest, steel. They replaced it with the figure 8 races. They didn't really. I'm just kidding. But I'm not surprised to see pig wrestling get reconsidered by the county commissioners, because when you put the county commissioners in charge, they can't make any decisions until they listen to the people. And we need to hear all the people before we can speak. And unless it involves building more housing for the squeakiest wheel in Teton County, the commissioners they're going to just do the spineless thing and whatever everybody wants, which I guess is what politicians should do, whatever everybody wants. And the majority in Teton County probably do not want pig wrestling. So hold the phone, hold your beer. It's not back yet. County commissioners will reconsider their last week's decision to bring back pig wrestling. Where was I? I want to get to stories of the day. PRCA looking to relocate to Wyoming. That'd be a good move, because except Cheyenne, which has now become the homeless capital of the state, and except for Jackson, which is just plain sissy, Wyoming is rodeo, man. 46 years in Colorado Springs, and the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, known as PRCA, and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame are considering a move after nearly 5 decades in Colorado. Reason being, they say because they've outgrown their footprint where they are. But others are saying, looking at it from the outside, that rodeo is no longer synonymous with Colorado. The two aren't associated with each other anymore. I mean, Colorado is John Denver, Rocky Mountain High. And it's Olympic City. I think Renee Jean wrote the story, and she talked about Colorado has lost its Western way of life. And that's not Renee saying that. That's Betsy Hale. Betsy Hale, economic entity Cheyenne Leads. I don't know what that is. Cheyenne Leads. The CEO, Betsy Hale, said that the space they're in is kind of landlocked. I think they're on 12 acres, not a lot of room to grow. So maybe that's why they're leaving Colorado. But Betsy said also the political dynamics of Colorado have shifted substantially from what it used to be. When they put the PRCA capital in Colorado, it used to be horsey. It used to be cowboy hat country. It used to be Western. Not so much anymore in Colorado. She said Colorado has kind of lost its Western way of life. I agree. Hale said, I got to be careful because my kids still live there on the Western slope, and they live on a ranch. So I have to respect that. There is a pulse of Western life in Colorado. It's hard to find, but it's there. But she said, for the most part, Betsy said, look at Colorado Springs. It's now the Olympic City. If you've been there, they've got these signs everywhere. Olympic Hall of Fame, Olympic Training Facility. Their marquee as you go into town says, welcome to the Olympic City. She said Colorado's just turned its back on Western way of life. Fits better in Wyoming. the PRCA. Rodeo fits better in Wyoming. It sure does. And exciting news if that happens. What say you? A lot of folks jumping on the Facebooks early this morning say they agree. PRCA, come on in. Welcome to Wyoming, where we still rodeo. Back in a minute.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily on the day after Veterans Day. Is that a day? Should be the day after. Just like leftover Thanksgiving. Well, one of the best parts of Thanksgiving is having the day-old pumpkin pie and turkey sandwiches with Miracle Whip. Oh, and cranberry. Yeah, day after Thanksgiving is good. Day after Thanksgiving, also known as Black Friday. Black Friday, I saw ads for Black Friday, the shopping day of the year, the shopping Super Bowl. I saw ads for Black Friday like back in September. Early Black Friday special at Walmart and Target. And you certainly see them now. Everything is rushed now. Everything is earlier. We know that. I mean, it should be a rule. No Christmas music, no Christmas commercials and advertising. You can't put your Christmas decorations up until Thanksgiving goes by. One holiday at a time. Slow your roll, marketing wizards. I mean, you go to the Kmart in September and they're already rocking Halloween decorations. You go there in October, they're already on to Thanksgiving, and they're already jumping to Christmas before Halloween. Yeah, just slow it down. Yeah, Black Friday. I've seen Black Friday sales right now. I'm too busy working off the tryptophan in the turkey. Man, I don't do much day after Thanksgiving. I'll probably be on this show Friday, but I will not be 100% present. Pro rodeo. Okay, we did that. We did have somebody comment. This is definitely the story of the day. There's always the story that resonates most with Cowboy State Daily readers. Well over 1,000 impressions, according to Facebook. 84 comments, 95 shares. Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and PRCA looking to move to Wyoming. People are very much in agreement for the most part. I'm reading the comments. Everybody likes it. Yeah, get out of Colorado. Come to Wyoming. Although Vicky, I think she has it right. She's saying what I was just saying. Vicky says, wait a minute, come to Wyoming, but with Cheyenne just being an extension of Colorado. Absolutely right, Vicky. You should look to moving it to Casper, home of the CNFR, College National Finals Rodeo, and several world champion cowboys. Look, we can debate all day long where in Wyoming PRCA belongs. Where in Wyoming is the rodeo capital? Yes, Daddy of them all is in Cheyenne. Cheyenne's got the history. Cheyenne's got the 10-day all-time rodeo. That's a fact. But it's also a fact that Cheyenne is fast becoming Colorado. Fast. And Vicky's not wrong. Consider these stories coming out of Cheyenne just today, in the last 24 hours. Cheyenne City Council is considering upping the fine for just laying around to $750 from $50. Just laying around being homeless. The Cheyenne City Council weighing an amendment that would increase the fine for sleeping in city streets by 15 times. $50 to $750. The only reason you are sleeping in city property, on city property, is A, you're passed out drunk, at which point you probably don't even have $750 in your pocket. You drank it all the night before, and the good thing is you didn't try to drive home. Or you're homeless. And if you're homeless, the chances are you got an extra $750 in your pocket. $750? She gave him $1. That one's for Kimmy. $350. The chances are that you got $750 laying around are zero. You're homeless. If you had $750, you'd be paying the rent. It's just preposterous. Cheyenne City Council, who did a good thing passing the noise ordinance, because these kids today, with their crotch rockets and their modified 4 bangers made to make as much noise as they can, yeah, crack down on them. They got $750. They're putting 4 figures into their exhaust system to make it loud. They got a stereo systems in their cars that cost more than my vehicle. They can pay fines. City Council got it right there, but now they've jumped the shark. Cheyenne City Council considering increasing the fines for being homeless to $750. I'm just asking for $50 might have been a reach. The amendment would apply to the city's current rules against camping on public property. Apparently, the place that homeless like to go in Cheyenne, and again, I don't get there very often because it is barely Wyoming anymore. Cheyenne, neither is Jackson, I agree. But Cheyenne's got big city problems that just turn me off. Why would you want to go there? Other than to see the rodeo, it's filled with politicians and homeless. like every big city in America. The place where people go is this some creek where they like to camp out. What is it? Crow Creek near the Trails End area on Maury Avenue. That's where you'll find the homeless. And past the hat, you won't get $50. You certainly won't get $750. One city councilwoman, Kathy Emmons, told Cowboy State Daily she finds the proposal mean-spirited, unlikely to solve the problem of homelessness. Probably won't, yes. She said, I think it's absolutely abhorrent that we are even discussing this. Kathy said it's ridiculous that someone who is unhealthy and living on the street is just doing it to violate some kind of ordinance or rule. Yes, the homeless are not flaunting their disagreement with ordinance. The homeless are homeless for probably reasons that don't concern showing the city council up. If certainly they can't afford a $50 fine, and I bet they can't, they're definitely not going to be able to afford a $750 fine, says Kathy Emmons. Correct. That in itself is just ridiculous, makes no sense at all. Correct. Kathy Emmons, please spread your common sense to your peers on the Cheyenne City Council. Dumb. If you want to deal with homelessness, there's ways to do it. And later today on the show, we'll have a guest on that is actually doing it. But finding the homeless more money is like, I don't know. What is it like? Filling the blood from a stone. Finding... yeah. It's unenforceable, says another member of the council. Yep. Councilman Pete Laybourne said the measure is aimed at mitigating homeless encampments rather than targeting individuals. Again, I don't know how the fine helps. Yeah, you don't want Cheyenne to turn into San Fran. San Francisco, it's tent city with the homeless. And Cheyenne's, I guess, well on its way there, or the fear that they could become tent city homeless in Cheyenne. But I don't know if the answer is increasing the fine in the ordinance. The answer is kicking people out for camping on public property. I'm sure it's not legal. It obviously isn't legal. You face a $50 fine. Just move them along. What happened? Again, the cops need the clubs, like the London dudes. All America's problems, all this country's ills can be traced back to when the cops stopped carrying the billy clubs and started carrying tasers. Tasers, the new soft enforcement. You need an actual gun and you need the club, because that's what move along with the club and the nudge with the club. And I'm trying not to be insensitive to the homeless. That is an issue in itself. But as preposterous as me saying the answer is cops with clubs saying, hey, you and your tent and your sleeping bag in this public park, move along. It's not allowed. Get moving. Rather than say, give me $750 to camp here. They don't have $750. The club, what do you call it? The nightstick. That's what it is. The cops need the nightsticks, man. That's used to solve a lot of problems. People started thinking straight with the nightstick. When that thing came out, man, your common sense started going up. instead of the shenanigans these criminals pull now. Bring back the stick. All right, that's enough nonsense for this hour. Don Day coming up. Who else? We do have special guests today and a lot more to discuss, including the Russian military has gone full Mad Max in Ukraine. And I got the video to prove it. This is crazy. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for spending it with us. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll be right back. You've been warned. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Military service has been Mark Fenning's life since the day he was born in an Army hospital in France. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that along with 300 others packed into the American Legion Post 6 meeting hall in Cheyenne on Tuesday, Fenning said he felt like celebrating.
Veterans are really quick to say it's good to remember those who died, but that's what Memorial Day is for. Veterans Day is a celebration. You know, you can remember everybody who served, but it's not a solemn event. They celebrate.
Wyoming American Legion Department Commander Russell Stafford tells Cowboy State Daily that it's sometimes easy to pick out veterans in a community because they're the ones who are the first to help out, volunteer, or become first responders. Wyoming's largest teachers advocacy group in 8 school districts are urging the state Supreme Court not to pause a judge's order requiring more money for school staff, lunches, and technology while the state appeals the ruling. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports why the Wyoming Education Association and the school districts filed an opposition to the Wyoming Attorney General's office's earlier request.
The Wyoming Education Association and 8 school districts fired back late last week saying, we don't want the Wyoming Supreme Court to pause a judge's order to give lawmakers breathing room so they don't have to meet this new basket of goods. The state had said, whoa, give lawmakers some time while this appeal is ongoing because we don't know if this judge's mandate, like that there needs to be one computer for each kid and mental health counselors in elementary school and stuff like that. So why don't you back off and just let them legislate? Wyoming Education Association fired back and said, no, we think this mandate's going to hold.
The motion claims the state is likely to win its challenge and in so doing, win back more legislative autonomy on how to fund schools. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 local historians are researching and sharing the lives of Campbell County veterans buried in Gillette's Mount Pisgah Cemetery. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that their work digs into the veterans' background so the service members are vividly remembered.
The reason that they're preserving these stories is for the children, so they will have this connection to these servicemen and women who served during wartime efforts and who gave and sacrificed so much. They don't want them to be forgotten, and this project helps bring them to the forefront.
More than 1,000 veterans are buried at the cemetery in Gillette. Rockpile Museum Youth Coordinator Penny Schroeder and veteran Greg Bennick tell Cowboy State Daily that they research about 12 veterans each and every year. After 46 years in Colorado Springs, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame are considering a move to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the move makes a ton of sense.
This is a perfect matchup. I mean, Cheyenne is where the daddy of them all, the big rodeo, Cheyenne Frontier Days is. I went and looked at the Hall of Famers. A lot of them, if they aren't from Wyoming, they still went to Wyoming for Cheyenne Frontier Days and won a buckle there.
Economic Development Entity Cheyenne Leads CEO Betsy Hale tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the reasons the PRCA is seriously considering the move to Wyoming is because it's outgrown its space in Colorado Springs. And a pair of brawling mule deer bucks crashed through a plate glass window and ended up in the basement exercise room of a home in Roxborough Park, a semi-rural neighborhood in the Denver area on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the how and why these two bucks got into this predicament.
Mule deer are in the rut. That's the mating season, so you get bucks sparring with each other, fighting with each other. Yeah, 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning, a couple deer ended up crashing right through a window and into a basement exercise room in a home there.
A spokesperson for the West Metro Fire Department tells Cowboy State Daily that the pair were safely tranquilized, hauled out by firefighters, and set free again. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Well, as so astutely noted by Barnum and Bailey, there's a sucker born every minute. And these suckers apparently don't read newspapers. They don't listen to talk shows like this one. I know the last thing you want to hear right now is told you so, but we told you so. Everybody told you so. The jury duty scam. Is there one person on earth who, living under a rock, has not become woke to the jury duty scam? Or the notion that you should be contacted out of the blue. Once again, reason you don't pick up phone calls. Nobody answers the phone. That was your first mistake. Answering the phone, answering that text from a number you don't recognize. Bad move. Mistake number one. This 39-year-old Jackson woman, just a week ago, was duped into turning over $3,000 to a caller. God bless you for being the last person on earth who answers the phone, because nothing good is going to come of that phone call. The phone call, the caller told this woman, I mention her age because it's not like she's 93. It's not like she's grandma and she doesn't know how to work the internet and she clicks on the wrong thing. Next thing you know, her bank account's emptied. This is 39-year-old. You should be somewhat aware. There should be some awareness, especially with the PSA campaign. Every cop shop in the state, from the PD to the sheriff's office, has issued warnings. Beware, there's a jury duty scam going around. You're going to be contacted saying you missed jury duty. Every newspaper has written a story about it. We've written more than one, Cowboy State Daily. I've talked about it more than one time. Everywhere certainly is available information regarding jury duty scam, how to protect yourself, how to be ready for it, and these people are good. Yeah. But they'll tell you missed jury duty. They will tell you via a random phone call. They just call you up. Chances are, if you miss jury duty, it's not going to be a dude with a Pakistani accent that just calls you up and tell you missed jury duty and you have to go buy a Nintendo gift card. Come on. Use your brains. These people vote. That's the scary thing. This person that got duped a week ago on the jury duty scam also votes. They take a part in electing our leader. So you wonder why sometimes we have this guy or this woman in office, because people can vote. You should have to pass a test to be able to vote. I think Secretary of State Chuck Gray is on the right idea. You should have to show you live here, proof that you live here, proof that you're a citizen of the country and the state. And I think he stopped short of, he leaves a lot on the table, Secretary Gray. I think you should also have to prove a minimal basement level IQ scale. Because the person that falls for the jury duty scam now, in this day and age, when we're enlightened to this one, now there'll be a new scam. I don't know what tomorrow's scam is, and you might fall for that, and I feel bad. You lost money, but golly, this one is old. This is as old as the guys who come by saying, we're in the neighborhood doing siding on houses. You want aluminum siding? We're in the neighborhood repaving everybody's driveway, and we can offer you half price because we're doing the guy next door. Oh, man. This is as old as that one. Jury duty scam. The victim said she received multiple calls from someone posing as a federal agent, directing her to use, and here's red flag number 2. Red flag number 1 is the random phone call from a random phone number. And the persistency. If you really did miss jury duty, and they really do call you to tell you that, which I doubt, they're not going to repeatedly call you. They're going to give you one shot. They can say, you missed jury duty, we're coming to arrest you. There's a big fine. You missed jury duty, there's a big fine. If you don't pay it, we're coming to get you. And if you hang up on them and they call back, that's not anybody official worried about you missing jury duty. They'll at that point, they're just coming for you. Expect to see a knock on the door with guys with real badges. Not another phone call from the same guy repeatedly calling you. And then when you're told to go down to the loaf and jug, I swear this is true. At least it's true if you can believe the Jackson Hole News and Guide. If you're told to go down to the loaf and jug, to the Bitcoin machine, to feed money into it, to pay your fine in Bitcoin, I mean, that's right up there with buying Pokemon cards, right? Like, just surrender your citizenship at this point. Give me your adult card. You're no longer allowed to be an adult. Surrender all. Go down to the loaf and jug and put some Bitcoin in there. Or I guess you buy Bitcoin. I don't even know. Why are these Bitcoin machines even in the gas station? There was an effort to remove those, right? Not long ago. I think, didn't the lawmakers say there doesn't need to be Bitcoin machines at the convenience store? Nobody is at the convenience store gassing up, buying a cup of coffee and some Red Bull and says, oh my goodness, I forgot my wallet. I wish there was a Bitcoin machine here so I can buy nobody is making an impulse Bitcoin withdrawal. Nobody. Why do we need the Bitcoin machine? Talk about a one-armed bandit. Why do we even need the Bitcoin machines at the loaf and jug? That's just a recipe for disaster. That's like putting an open bar at the shooting range. Oh, yeah, while you're at the shooting range, it's also 2 for 1. It's also BOGO at the beer tent. I mean, you're a Bitcoin machine at the loafing jug. Does that sound like a good idea? So this woman who got scammed with the jury duty thing and the owner of the loafing jug that agreed to put a Bitcoin machine in there, they should both be just, you know what? You're probably not cut out for Wyoming. You probably, we're trying to strengthen the gene pool here, and, it's not going to work out. There's always Colorado. One-way bus ticket to Denver, which happens to be one of our listeners suggested that that's what we do with the homeless. I know that's what they tried to do down in Texas, right? That one Texas mayor, he got mad at I don't know what he was mad at. He sent the homeless to New Jersey or New York or something. Yeah, that could get expensive. But when faced with, if you're Cheyenne City Council and you're like, we can either fine this homeless dude $750, which good luck ever seeing that. He doesn't have that money. Or we can spend $50 and put him on a bus and send him to Denver. That's what one of our listeners suggested we should do with homeless. If Cheyenne wants to deal with the homeless, buy them a bus ticket to Denver. Yes, some cities have actually done that, tried to ship their homeless out, and then another one just shows up. Or the homeless learn, if you want a free trip to Denver, just start sleeping around on the park benches in Cheyenne. I'm trying to get to Denver to see my uncle. I think I'll just take a nap on this park bench in Cheyenne, and they'll pay my way down there. Yeah, this woman who's scammed by the jury duty. So, okay, there's my public message to you. Everybody who hasn't heard, the last person on earth who hasn't heard that if you miss jury duty, you're not likely going to be asked to pay the fine via the Bitcoin machine at the loafing jug any more than you're going to be asked to make recompense by buying Pokemon gift cards. Use your brains, people. There's my PSA for whoever needs to hear this. I don't want you to be the next victim. And if you are so easily duped, send me the money. Yeah, how can we... the light bulb just went on. My idea of earning a paycheck from Cowboy State Daily is a bad idea. That's not working out for me. I don't make nearly enough money to even have an engineer or a producer on the show. So my other idea was to get my OnlyFans account up and running, but I don't have the boobs for that. So that was a washout. Maybe the way I'm going to fund this podcast radio show to the level of my satisfaction, to a Teton County level, is just finding all the people that fall for the jury duty scams and have them send their money direct to me. Just tell people you're in big trouble and we're coming to get you. You missed jury duty. You messed up. Go to a Bitcoin machine and send Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake money. Cut out the middleman. Why should some dude in Pakistan get rich? Actually, all these scammers are in Atlanta, which I found out by just doing a little research and doing a story on it. There's like a call center in downtown Atlanta, a company, and that's all they do. They give you a headset, you work for them, and all they do is try to scam people. It's in a way, and why Atlanta doesn't crack down on them, I don't know. It's Atlanta. It's just a big old warehouse office building, and everybody goes to work, and here's your headset for the day, and you just get on the phone, call people, and tell them they've missed jury duty and get their money. And if you listen closely to the person telling you missed jury duty, you can hear somebody in the background telling someone else they missed jury duty. You can probably hear 3 or 4 someones in the background telling people they missed jury duty. Yeah, it's Atlanta is a big area where these calls derive from. But of course, they'll spoof the phone number. The phone number will look like it's coming from whatever county you live in, the administration building. Everybody can do that. That's not hard. You know that. Have you looked at your phone late? I get like 5 calls a day, and AT&T is smart enough to warn me if they're a scam or it thinks they're a scam. Warning, this could be a spam call, but a lot of them slip through. And I know that not that many people live in Cokeville, Wyoming that are urgently calling me. I get like 3 calls a day lately in the last week or two, 3 calls a day guaranteed from Cokeville using the Cokeville phone exchange. After 3 days of this, you've run out of everybody that lives in Cokeville. So I'm pretty sure it's a scam. Don Day's going to come on. I'm going to ask him about the Boreal Aurora. Did anybody see the lights last night? Oh my goodness. And it is totally true that you don't necessarily see them good. I've seen the Northern Lights with the naked eye before, and they're cool. They're spectacular. It's really neat. But I was not, for the first time last night, I became aware to the fact that you cannot see them. It is possible to not see them with the naked eye. Yet, as soon as you take a picture of the sky looking north, your phone shows you something your eyes don't see. It's incredible. It actually happened. My wife, who is spending time away from home right now, she's on assignment. She's at jury duty. She sent me a photo that she took, and I'm like, wow, is that happening right now? And I look out my window, and hi, Don. I look out my window last night north, and I didn't see anything. It just looked like a regular night. But I just took a picture on faith, a leap of faith. And then I looked at my phone. I'm like, get out. Is that a filter on my iPhone that I'm not aware of? Is that like an app?
Well, two things. One is when you go outside at night, studies say it takes 30 minutes for your eyes to fully adjust. Okay. So your phone is, the new phones and the cameras are amazing in terms of how much light they'll let in, how much. So, those phones will be able to pick up, whether it's an iPhone or Samsung or whatever you're using. Those sensors pick up light like, telescopes that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, 10 years ago. I mean, the ability to capture light. So the phone is a great way to see the colors and stuff that your eyes can't see. But same thing happened to me last night. I decided to go out, and the longer I stood outside, let my eyes adjust, the more color I could see, the more texture you could see. But the city lights, even the floodlight, in your backyard, it throws out enough light that you miss things. You miss things seen, and the Aurora is one of them. And boy, what a show that was last night.
Oh, incredible. And I'm seeing the photos on Facebooks last night in real time, and I'm like, no, people are juicing those. That's got to be photoshopped. And I did it myself, and sure enough, it came out on the phone. Now we know why Don Day is so smart about everything. Don, let me ask you whether I saw the National Weather Service, I think it was, or it might have been NOAA, one of those Fed agencies, talking about the Aurora Borealis and its effect on weather, but not necessarily like, oh, Northern Lights makes it rain. They said it was like knocking down their weather tools. It would disrupt what they were depending on to forecast weather. What does Northern Lights do to weather?
Well, first of all, you had mentioned that some of the sensors may be impacted. There's been 3 what we call solar events in the last week called coronal mass ejections. We had 2 come right behind one another last night. It was like the timing was perfect. Okay. We have one more that's on the way that's arriving later today that's actually stronger. These interrupt the Earth's magnetic field. Okay. And a lot happens. You have, if you ever heard the term plasma?
Well, yeah.
Highly energized, very small particles streaming out of the sun, hitting the Earth's magnetic field, hitting the atmosphere. I mean, last night's event was strong enough that if you were flying at 30,000 feet, if your flight wasn't canceled, you were exposed to a lot more radiation than on a normal day.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, there could be a lot of cascading effects on GPS systems, the orbit of satellites. A lot of times satellites, the newer satellites will put up protective gear, so to speak, like put on a solar flare coat, to make it a simple thing to protect it.
Yeah.
From those things. And so farmers, when we had an aurora in May of 23 that was similar intensity to this one, it affected tractors. It affected GPS systems where they do that precision farming. So it does impact our sensors. Now, bigger term weather patterns on a larger, bigger scale, we really don't know the impacts. We know that there are likely impacts on weather and climate with solar activity, but it's not very well understood.
So affects some weather forecasting tools and other things, but does it actually influence weather? Jury's out.
I mean, yeah, the sun, to say the sun has no impact on our weather and climate is kind of like saying your furnace does nothing to heat your house. Okay?
Right.
It's a ridiculous statement.
It's everything.
You're right. But the thing is we know a lot about the atmosphere, but there are two things we don't know a lot about. Even in our days, in our world of technology we live in, we don't know a lot about the oceans yet and how it interacts with the atmosphere. And we don't really have a good understanding of how space interacts with our atmosphere. What you do is you get people who speculate, and that's where you got to be careful. You have some speculation on how things may affect the weather and climate, but we don't really know. We don't know with enough to say this event is going to make it do this in 3 days.
Right.
We don't have that. We just don't have that fidelity.
So all the European models and weather balloons in the world, and we still don't know the major influence, everything to know about the moon, the stars, and the ocean. The things that actually make weather.
Yeah. All the variables that the world we live in that affect our atmosphere is huge. It's a very high number of things that make the weather and change the weather and affect all those things. And a lot of times it's just not one thing. It's a multitude of things working together, and they work together differently, different times of the year, all those things. It gets very complicated, and the auroras can get very complicated. Last night, the Earth's magnetic field goes through different polarities, plus, minus. So the polarity has to be just right for those energized particles to hit the atmosphere to make the aurora. It's kind of like the door opens, closes. Last night, that stream of energy hit the Earth right when the door opened.
Yeah.
And sometimes it hits the Earth and the door's closed.
Yeah. And I was hearing on some kind of scale, it was a 9, which is like record high, like whatever that is.
Yeah, it was. It's called the KP index. It was like an 8.6. When you get to 9 and 10, it's kind of Katie bar the door. That's where you have potential impacts of electrical grids and that type of thing. And we're not out of the woods. We have the potential for aurora tonight, but I can't tell you if it'll be like last night. We have more clouds tonight as well.
Yeah.
But there could be some impacts across the Earth, because another thing, I know you've got to go here, but the Earth's ground gets energized. Okay. You can actually see the electric fields in the Earth go up in response to these coronal mass ejections. And so we have an elevated electrical charge, so to speak, built up in the Earth. And this wave that's coming in later today is going to enhance that.
It might knock us right off the air if there's no show tomorrow. You'll know what happened.
Then you'll know. Yes.
I think the sun is trying to kill us. When the sun goes out, we're dead. And then when the sun works too hard, we're dead. This
We've
weather.
said this before on this program. We'll say it again. We live in a dangerous place.
Weather is trying to kill us, and Don Day is at least giving us a heads up so we can make those final preparations, get our will in order. One last thing, Don, because no, I don't have anywhere to go, but maybe you do. I saw that gravity is not the same all around the earth. There are places where gravity pulls harder and gravity pulls less. So maybe that has something to do with, I don't know.
Well, yeah, and these coronal mass ejections will change the height of the Earth's atmosphere, and that's where it messes up satellites.
Oh, yeah.
It'll cause the atmosphere of the Earth to shrink or expand. And if it expands, the satellites get extra drag from the atmosphere, and it slows the satellites down and can knock them out of orbit. I mean, there will probably, I'm going to make a prediction here. The Starlink satellites, they're low orbit. Over the last couple of years, a lot of Starlink satellites have been lost because of these solar events where they hang low, they get more drag, they lose speed, and then they fall.
Oh, boy. Yeah, plus Musk has money to burn. He shoots stuff into the air all the time, and if it doesn't work, he'll build another one.
Just throw some more up there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so don't bother calling the 1-800-STARLINK number or CenturyLink or whoever is your provider when the internet goes out today or tonight. It's probably the Aurora.
The one thing I hope never happens is if the internet goes out, because we know the chaos that will ensue.
Oh, dude, we can't survive. So, yeah, beautiful days you built for us, and then starts to break down a little bit as we head for the weekend.
We're going to kind of stair-step our way back to a more, let's say, quote, normal pattern.
Yeah.
We have 3 days here, which are going to be remarkably nice. We're going to continue. But Friday into Saturday, we'll start to see snow hit the western mountains. This is part of a Pacific storm that will kind of come in pieces. And then a bigger, larger Pacific system is coming in towards the middle of next week. So changes are afoot, but not for the next 3 or 4 days. We're just going to ride along here with some really good weather.
And pay attention if you're going to pick up your friend at the airport and they get off the plane and their luggage is glowing.
They're glowing.
They've been exposed to incredible radiation. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, maybe these tinfoil hat people have it right after all. It's a tinfoil hat kind of day. As we learned today from the day weather forecast, not perhaps going to need your umbrella, but a tinfoil hat wouldn't hurt because the northern lights are ripping, man. We'll be right back after these.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer's fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
I wonder if Northern Lights activity, the activity of Aurora Borealis, has an effect on kids and animals like a full moon does. You ask any kindergarten teacher if there's a full moon right now, and they don't have to look into the sky. They just look at the desks of their kids in their class, and it's like everybody's on a sugar high. The kids are bizarre on a full moon. Ask any cop shop, law enforcement, they'll tell you crime spikes during a full moon. People get crazy in a full moon. The moon has pull. The moon is tugging at the oceans, and it's also doing something to our brains, I think, because after all, we're like, 70% water. The moon is tugging on us, the full moon pulling on us and making us do crime, making first graders wiggly in their desk chairs. Howl! Makes us howl at the moon, makes us woof out. We gonna woof out like Enid. Yeah, the moon does stuff. So I wonder if certainly the Northern Lights have some effect on us. Do we all? Because right now, the cat here has lost its mind. It's like, it's already attacked and killed a plant this morning. This morning alone, the fatalities it has left in its wake, the death count. It tore up the wife's pillow, it killed a plant, and it's currently attacking the doorknob. This smart cat, the cat knows how you get the door open. It's that knob. The cat looks up, sees you open. Oh, and he's jumping up, attacking the doorknob. He's probably going to get that door open in a minute. I'm blaming it on the auroras, which are supposed to be brighter tonight, says Don Day, and says Shirley, who checks in on the Facebooks. Hi, Shirley. She says, good morning. Northern Lights supposed to be even brighter tonight. Cool. Once again, Don and I did the same thing, probably like you did at home. You did at home last night. Didn't necessarily see the Northern Lights. I couldn't really detect it. But as Don said, I didn't let my eyes adjust. So I just, on faith, held the phone up, click, and looked at the picture, and I couldn't believe what the camera saw that I didn't. And there is a thriller novel for you, right? C.J. Box, Craig Johnson, if you're listening, there's the premise of a mystery, a photo taken of something you didn't see, right? Isn't that weird? Like, that's creepy. When you're looking out at the northern sky, you don't see anything, but you click with your phone, and there's something in the photo that you are not seeing. That's, I don't know, that's pretty creepy. Do we have a guest coming on? Let me check my calendar here. I think today's Wednesday. Yeah, Andrew Rossi, he's kind of hit and miss. We'll see. If Andrew's on, we'll have fun. If not, we'll move on to grass fires. And, oh, yeah, I wanted to say how Cheyenne's become a big city, like too big. They got homeless now, and we've covered that. And also, we heard about the city council in Cheyenne having cured cancer and solved world hunger, have moved on to other issues like how do we deal with aggressive salesmen? We have to make bigger no soliciting signs. They're already pretty big. I'll share the photo. I mean, is this not enough? The photo taken here by courtesy photo, so we don't know who took it. The photo here obviously uses the sign in the foreground, so it makes the sign look bigger. But, you know, if I'm a solicitor or if I'm a potential loiterer, it's obvious to me that that's not welcome here on this property. No, in big letters, soliciting or loitering. Yet, so say city Cheyenne residents, yet people keep knocking at their door. What are we going to do about this, says the Cheyenne City Council, as they go into executive session where a lot of harumphing is heard. Harumph, harumph, harumph. That is the sound of the business of politics. Harumph, harumph, harumph. What are we going to do about these homeless? Well, it seems to me, Mr. Mayor, that the $50 fine is not having an effect on these homeless. They just lay around wherever they want. $50 means nothing to them. Let's make the fine $750 and see what they think. Huh? Harumph, harumph, harumph. Let's see if they don't find a place to take a shower and stop stinking up our parks with their tents and their sleeping bags and their meth habit. $50? That's a pittance. We have other cities in America laughing at us, Mr. Mayor, that we only fine our homeless $50. Makes us look weak and small and petty. $750. $750. The city council, also having solved all the world's problems, is trying to figure out how to stop people from coming to your house saying, you know, we can look at that roof for you. It all started with a hail damage. Oh, my goodness. These opportunists. You know what? I at least give these door-to-door salesmen credit. They're not homeless. You know, if the regular 9-to-5 gig isn't working for you, and I get it, not everybody's cut out to work under fluorescent lighting in a cubicle. Man wasn't made to work like that, to toil away like that. I get it. So you want to check out a society, grab a sleeping bag, and just lay down in Cheyenne City Park. Can't blame you. But I at least admire the hustle of these guys who say the 9-to-5 doesn't work for them. They don't want to work for the man. They want to work for themselves. And they're out there hustling a living, at least going door to door telling you your roof is falling apart because of that hailstorm back in August. They're still really going out. Baseball-sized hail caused widespread damage throughout the city of Cheyenne in August. And some roofers disobeyed the no soliciting signs while pushing to engage in repair contracts with homeowners. It's bad enough scammers call you now and tell you missed jury duty. Now they're coming door to door to tell you they can fix that roof of yours. And yeah, as soon as you write a check to them, you never see them again. The only thing landing on your roof is a fat guy in a white beard and a red suit with a bunch of deer. City council members said Monday the ensuing backlash from constituents. Really? How many people went to a city council meeting? How many people took the time to email the city council saying Boy, these people that come around to my house knocking on the door 24/7 trying to fix my roof, they're a real problem. You got to do something about it, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Really? All right. Councilwoman Michelle Aldrich sponsored the ordinance. And what is the ordinance going to do? Raise the fine from $50 to $750 if you're, let's see. We had constituents reach out, said Councilwoman Aldrich. Constituents reached out and say, I have a no soliciting sign, yet they're still coming to the door. A lot of solicitors may or may not be licensed, which is a requirement in the community. This sounds like first world problems for Cheyenne. Oh, dear. People are knocking at your door. That's what the Second Amendment is for. We're an armed society. You could stop the solicitors with, again, my placemat appear. My welcome mat. It doesn't say welcome to our humble home. Our welcome mat here says come back with a warrant. And it really does a good job of keeping the solicitors off. I've never had someone come and offer to fix my roof. Never, not once. Councilman Pete Laybourne agreed with Councilwoman Aldrich, saying the summer storm proved current city regulations for soliciting are too lenient. We need bigger signs. No, he didn't say that. He said, Councilman Laybourne said, I mean, these people are coming around immediately within a day of that storm. They're called opportunists, yes. And there needs to be a regulation. There ought to be a law. Well, he didn't say that. I'm paraphrasing. He said there's some regulation that should happen here to prevent these fly-by-night roofing companies from knocking on your door. This is the rhetoric, in my opinion, of California right there. There ought to be a law. Just deal with it, man. If you don't want people knocking, tell them to take a hike. Don't run into city council with there ought to be a law. There is a law. There is a no soliciting law in Cheyenne. And if solicitors break that law, then I don't know, arrest them. Put them in jail, fine them $750. There is a law. And now I talked to, what's his name? I can't. Joseph, the guy running for governor, Joseph Kebler. And he agrees there's already too many laws. Joseph for governor. He says, you want Joseph Kibler, candidate for Wyoming mayor. We had him on the show the other day. And he said, and I agree, there's already too many laws. We've got laws. We don't need more. Yet every session in Cheyenne, they bring 400, 500, 600 more laws. There ought to be a law about this soliciting. There is. You're not allowed to go door to door and knock on someone's door if you have a no soliciting sign up. The city charges $100 to apply for the license if they don't have a license. They're already collecting $15 for a badge you have to wear if you're soliciting. And there is a fine for soliciting where you're not supposed to. But Cheyenne City Council's considering a bigger fine and bigger signs. Cheyenne with its big city problems. And they want to be the PRCA capital of the world? Maybe, because it's a flat-out rodeo in Cheyenne. Homeless, laying around everywhere. Door-to-door scammers knocking on doors everywhere. Oh, Somebody's in our Zoom room, and it's not Andrew. I have no idea who this is. Stand by. I'm going to deal with this unwanted solicitor who has just rang our Zoom doorbell for no reason. And there ought to be a law. I wish I had the Cheyenne City Council here. We'll see if this is unsolicited, if I have to find this person, but I'm going to deal with it myself without getting politicians involved. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily. So the unwanted solicitor in the Zoom room doorbell was actually Andrew Rossi. He is a very wanted salesperson. We need you, Andrew.
Yeah, we're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty, Jake.
Take a hike. I'm going to call the Cheyenne City Council and have you dealt with. But I love your stories. Let's see. Let's start with the Yellowstone tourist nearly gored by the charging bison. This happened not recently, but we finally see the video. These tourists who, despite people yelling, "Hey, you're too close," they pretend they hear you, but they don't really acknowledge you until the bison charges you.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about this one is that apparently the people did acknowledge everyone shouting with just sort of the dismissive hand wave of like, yeah, I hear you. I don't care.
I hate
that. And they kept going about their way. Yeah, it happened back at the beginning of the season in early May. And the thing that was interesting about this one is that they weren't placid bison. Like, I think a lot of incidents happen when people get too close to bison that are grazing or lying down or just doing their thing because they're not really bothered by people. They're aware of people. They just don't really care. In this case, there were 3 bison that were tussling with each other, having just, doing their thing. So they were already energized and rearing to go. And, dare I say, they kind of had the zoomies in that sense. So it's one thing to approach a placid animal, but to approach an animal that's already jived and looking for a target, that's just foolhardy to the greatest extent. And as you can see in the video, they were lucky to escape when they did without any injury, because that bison definitely took a turn and tried to get at them.
Yeah, and maybe the bison was playing around, but yeah, he was like sparring around with his bison friends. And when you walk into that mess, you can expect to be the next sparring target, I would imagine. Although I didn't, I didn't care for the Karens that were telling them exactly how to escape the scene. Run down the cliff, slide down. They were like, give them shouting all kinds of advice. They're like, look, just let nature take its course. All right. The gene pool is diluted. We need to tighten it up a little bit. Let the bison do what it's going to do.
Yeah. And in that case, it wouldn't matter what you were shouting at them in terms of what they should do. They weren't listening to anybody except the park ranger that was waiting for them when they got back to their car.
Okay. I love this artist who also runs a gallery there in Cody. He's getting ahead of the whole 250-year celebration next year. Really nice looking mural that we captured. This is, Cody. Nice.
Yeah.
Love it.
Cody's anticipating. It's 4th of July is the busiest time of year in Cody. It's packed shoulder to shoulder with people on that holiday. And with the 250th anniversary of the nation coming up, it's only going to be busier than ever. So rather than trying to focus solely on the 5 days that Cody already takes for the 4th of July, they're trying to spread out their celebration and give people more to look at while they're here. So this mural was not commissioned by Cody's America 250 committee, but it was done in the spirit of the upcoming celebration. And so if people are strolling down the streets, they can take their picture with that mural because it's in a fairly prominent place. It's not directly on Main Street, but it's on a building that's directly on Main Street.
Looks beautiful. And that's the view you see from Cody looking at Yellowstone. Gorgeous. Let's go to Sheridan. The last streetcar, not named Desire. It's named kind of boring, 115. But a cool history behind this streetcar. I had no idea there were streetcars ever in Sheridan.
Yeah, there was a time when the mining industry was really booming in Sheridan, the shaft mines north of town, that mining companies made a big investment in the community, and streetcars were part of that. They weren't necessarily public transportation. They were designed to carry workers to and from the mines. So because this was before cars were everywhere, but they served a public purpose during that time too. And then Sheridan flooded and it destroyed the roads, and re-railing the roads would have been a huge thing. And the mining industry was starting to drop off in favor of the strip mines that are ongoing near Gillette. So rather than rebuild it, they just went defunct, and then these streetcars disappeared. They found this one back in 1976, and they refurbished it for the 200th anniversary of America. And now for the 250th anniversary, there's a new effort to get it refurbished and actually give it some permanent care rather than just having it bounce from place to place and continue to deteriorate.
Yeah, that was like they actually had to go look for it. They were looking for something back in the 200 celebration. They heard a rumor about a streetcar out in somebody's ranch land, and they found it. They don't want to have to look for it again and fix it up again. So once and for all, fix it up. It's a piece of history, and maybe has a permanent home. That'd be super cool. I learned so much, including the streetcars in Sheridan, really, and the flood. That was like 100-year event flood. That was major.
Yeah, there were a lot of communities that suffered that year from tremendous flooding. And the thing I couldn't find a good segue for in the story was that the flood revealed the streets of Sheridan were made in the classic, they're made of wood. So they found underneath the pavement, there were all these blocks of wood and everything. And that increased the difficulty of trying to re-rail the roads once the floods destroyed everything. But it was kind of cool to see the cobblestone wood pattern that made up the roads at the time.
Well, without you on last week, Andrew, Jen Coker and I talked about the cat in a tree in Evansville and the volunteer fire department doing the old school. I mean, this only happens in Mayberry, and the 18-year veteran of the fire department says he's never done it, but he got a chance to get a cat out of a tree. Fire department, Evansville.
Yeah, you can't get more cliche than that. And I think the thing that's especially fun is not only was it the first time that the fire chief had done that, they had 4 rookies that they were training for the fire department. And that was their first call, was to get a cat out of a tree. And we couldn't get much more details about the cat, but everybody who was involved in the call had a great time because, again, it's the quintessential image. You call the fire department to get the cat out of the tree. And that was the first call for a bunch of rookie firefighters in Evansville.
So cool. They actually, the people who saw the cat called the police, Evansville police, and they said, well, we don't have ladders. So well, we're going to turn this over to the guy with ladders. And, even the rookies size it up. They're like, hey, he's 30 feet up. We're going to need the 40-footer. And they got that cat.
On-site training. It's a great thing.
It's so cool. Andrew, you got to come on like every day or something. I mean, you're one of my favorite guests.
Well, you'll see me again on Friday, and we'll have plenty more to talk about.
Excellent. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi. Read all those stories and a whole mess more. Top of the hour news next for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thanks for spending your morning with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Military service has been Mark Fenning's life since the day he was born in an army hospital in France. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that along with 300 others packed into the American Legion Post 6 meeting hall in Cheyenne on Tuesday, Fenning said he felt like celebrating.
Veterans are really quick to say it's good to remember those who died, but that's what Memorial Day is for. Veterans Day is a celebration. You can remember everybody who served, but it's not a solemn event. They celebrate.
Wyoming American Legion Department Commander Russell Stafford tells Cowboy State Daily that it's sometimes easy to pick out veterans in a community because they're the ones who are the first to help out, volunteer, or become first responders. Wyoming's largest teachers advocacy group in 8 school districts are urging the state Supreme Court not to pause a judge's order requiring more money for school staff, lunches, and technology while the state appeals the ruling. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports why the Wyoming Education Association and the school districts filed an opposition to the Wyoming Attorney General's office's earlier request.
The Wyoming Education Association and 8 school districts fired back late last week saying, we don't want the Wyoming Supreme Court to pause a judge's order to give lawmakers breathing room so they don't have to meet this new basket of goods. The state had said, whoa, give lawmakers some time while this appeal is ongoing because we don't know if this judge's mandate, like that there needs to be one computer for each kid and mental health counselors in elementary school and stuff like that. So why don't you back off and just let them legislate? Wyoming Education Association fired back and said, no, we think this mandate's going to hold.
The motion claims the state is likely to win its challenge and in so doing, win back more legislative autonomy on how to fund schools. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 local historians are researching and sharing the lives of Campbell County veterans buried in Gillette's Mount Pisgah Cemetery. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that their work digs into the veterans' background so the service members are vividly remembered.
The reason that they're preserving these stories is for the children, so they will have this connection to these servicemen and women who served during wartime efforts and who gave and sacrificed so much. They don't want them to be forgotten, and this project helps bring them to the forefront.
More than 1,000 veterans are buried at the cemetery in Gillette. Rockpile Museum Youth Coordinator Penny Schroeder and veteran Greg Bennick tell Cowboy State Daily that they research about 12 veterans each and every year. After 46 years in Colorado Springs, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame are considering a move to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the move makes a ton of sense.
This is a perfect matchup. I mean, Cheyenne is where the daddy of them all, the big rodeo, Cheyenne Frontier Days is. I went and looked at the Hall of Famers. A lot of them, if they aren't from Wyoming, they still went to Wyoming for Cheyenne Frontier Days and won a buckle there.
Economic Development Entity Cheyenne Leads CEO Betsy Hale tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the reasons the PRCA is seriously considering the move to Wyoming is because it's outgrown its space in Colorado Springs. And a pair of brawling mule deer bucks crashed through a plate glass window and ended up in the basement exercise room of a home in Roxborough Park, a semi-rural neighborhood in the Denver area on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the how and why these two bucks got into this predicament.
Mule deer are in the rut. That's the mating season, so you get bucks sparring with each other, fighting with each other. Yeah, 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning, a couple deer ended up crashing right through a window and into a basement exercise room in a home there.
A spokesperson for the West Metro Fire Department tells Cowboy State Daily that the pair were safely tranquilized, hauled out by firefighters, and set free again. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
you're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free. Take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and we get Claire McFarland in here. Claire, you got an E on the end of your name yet?
Nope, still no E. Sorry, absolutely everyone who emails me.
Yeah. Just feels like a dangling participle. Is that is that something? Feels like there ought to be an E there. Let's talk about another Claire type story about a professional trail runner who, by the way, uses sneakers to run in. He doesn't just run in whatever he's going to the mailbox in. Trump made a pair of pardons, a couple of pardons, a lot of pardons, actually. Darryl Strawberry, New York Mets Hall of Famer. He got an actual phone call from the president.
Wow.
Because, you know, Trump is a Mets fan, I guess. He called him. But for Troy Lake, it was a phone call from Senator Cynthia Lummis, who has kind of taken up that cause, along with Chip Nyman and others. I think this is for Wyoming, this was the highest profile pardon I think we saw coming. We were all hoping, we thought it would, and it did. That's cool. He still served time, but what does that mean? A pardon is clemency means it's wiped clean, right? You are not a convicted felon.
Right. Unlike the trail. So the trail runner was facing a misdemeanor, had been convicted bench trial of a misdemeanor, and was actually kind of negotiating a post-conviction deferral under the new U.S. attorney Trump appointed, Darren Smith. So I mean, still had this conviction and potential consequences, and maybe a term of probation, other things. But Troy Lake was a convicted felon, had done 7 months out of the year, and a day to which he was sentenced was released early to home confinement on an ankle monitor. I remember when Cynthia Lummis came to visit him, because I was there. She had a gift basket. There was like whiskey and a big jug of Def. The whiskey he could not have, the Wyoming whiskey he could not have because he was on home confinement and supervised release. And then the Def, of course, is an ironic gift because that's the the supposed racket that he has spent his mechanicking career pushing back against. So ironic gifts, very fun. But yeah, funny. She did call him that last Friday, and he was taking care of a sick dog. He was trudging around his kitchen in his ankle monitor, and he noticed he had this voicemail, and she was like, "You've been granted a full and unconditional pardon."
Cut that ankle bracelet off. The gift basket, it had Def whiskey and a pair of scissors. So cool. Good for her. Oh, I love that sense of humor. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, meanwhile, she came to the aid of, and anytime Harriet hears about government overreach, and does this not sound like government overreach? A guy just running a trail, although to me it's Shakespeare. It's Much Ado About Nothing. Seriously, we got nothing else to worry about but a guy who runs to the top of the Grand Teton and back, sets a record time, and then the whole running community, yes, there is such a thing as a running community, says he cheated. He took a shortcut, and they wanted to strip him of the record time. That enough was like, I don't have time for this. But then he actually faced a misdemeanor charge for what? Running off trail in a park?
Well, there's a rule that you have to respect trail closures.
Okay.
In this case, I guess there was a sign that said closed for regrowth.
Okay. Yeah.
And so, not as bad as like Yellowstone. Like if you walk on the thermals of Yellowstone, you're destroying years worth of the Earth's activity and work and toil. I don't know how egregious this was. I am not going to comment on whether it was over prosecution, but, a maximum 6 months in jail for that. I don't think he would have got that. That does make you think maybe the government needs to revisit its terms. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a lot here in Jackson and Teton County. It was in the papers all the time. We had Sinceri's attorney on the show, actually. And the whole time I'm thinking, what is this big stink about? A guy oh my goodness. And I think Representative Hageman caught wind of that, saying, what is this about? And President Trump, that's part of the pardons. Rudy Giuliani as well, a whole bunch of people. Is that normal for a sitting president to just sit down and do his pardon thing in one shot? Like, I'm going to do a bunch of pardons today.
I don't recall. I wasn't really paying that close of attention before. I was thinking about the pardon power in general. Did our founding fathers put that in the Constitution because they suspected we'd reach an age where there would be politically flavored prosecutions? To where if okay, fine, we have all these safeguards in place, but if the government snakes past them and gets so big that it's jailing people under murky auspices, at least we have this safety net to where you just gotta wait 4 years. You just gotta get through until someone that doesn't harbor political angst against you is in office. I don't know. And I don't know that all of his pardons stemmed from people being prosecuted politically, but that's what Lummis says about Troy Lake, was that this was an environmental boondoggle that he spent time in prison for, spent his 65th birthday in prison for. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anniversary and a birthday in prison. The prison, I think, is sad to see their top diesel mechanic go. That's what they had him doing while he was in the joint. You don't have a diesel mechanic working on the lunch line at the cafeteria. They had Troy turning a wrench, and I don't know how they're ever going to replace him. They'll have to go arrest another diesel mechanic. One of the unverified myths, didn't go in the story, unverified myths that reached me during the Troy Lake body of research was that at some point, like one of the food transport trucks just like broke down. And they said, Troy, can you fix it? And he was like, I better not. I know exactly what's wrong with it, and I better not touch that because
that's what got me in here.
That's what got me in here. Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. This was on everybody's bingo card. The wolf killer pleads not guilty. That's pretty par for the course in your initial meeting. Cody Roberts pleading not guilty for animal cruelty. He already faced punishment from Game and Fish and I think paid a fine. Now, what is he up against? A state statute?
Felony animal cruelty, up to 2 years in prison, 5,000 fines. It looks like, since the judge has not thrown this out, it looks like this new charge has differing elements enough that it doesn't violate his right against double jeopardy. I mean, I guess there could still be a motion to that end, so we can't say definitively. But I mean, I think that if my client had a double jeopardy issue, I would have been on it already. So probably we won't.
Or if
maybe we won't see that.
If you need time to prepare that argument, this is what the not guilty plea is for. It's attorneys need time to make the case for their clients, and your first appearance, no matter if you're guilty as can be, is going to be no guilty, Your Honor.
On a felony. Yeah. Misdemeanor. Sometimes I've sat in court and I've seen a little gal like charged with the DUI. Actually, this kind of melted the prosecutor at the time, but I saw a little gal charged with the DUI and it was her initial arraignment. They're like, how do you plead? And she was like, I'm guilty. And they're like, hey, you can get a lawyer. You can plead not guilty. You can buy yourself time. She was like, nope, I'm guilty. I am. And the prosecutor just like softened and gave her a deferral.
Bless her. Good. Yeah.
I don't know. It was sweet, but yeah, felonies, they're gonna plead not guilty that first arraignment, so they have time to prepare for trial or negotiate a plea agreement. You're not gonna see a guy facing 2 years in prison be like, yeah, throw me away.
You got me. Yeah, probably not. I really, really, really appreciate your coverage of a tough situation, a tough story. This, the woman, the Byron mom who killed her kids, killed herself, that story in itself, very hard to write. You've been able to get with the husband where not many other reporters did or could or would. And now in the aftermath, there's a lawsuit against the clinic that prescribed her ketamine. And maybe that's the reason why I had temporary loss of her senses. I don't know. But I see people online in the Byron area or Powell, I guess, whatever the newspaper there. And they say Cowboy State Daily's coverage has been callous and cold. And our local paper's doing it better, but I think they misread what is quality reporting that isn't leaning one way or the other. And you did report. So what is the latest with this Byron woman anyway? And this lawsuit regarding whether a clinic prescribed her wrongly ketamine and
Oh, I didn't know that they were calling me callous and cold. That's interesting.
I'll send you. It was just one person. It's not like the whole community.
I mean, no, there's something to that. Okay, so number one, this happened. Ketamine is associated with it, but we need a whole lawsuit now, I guess, to see whether it's the cause. The mom is suing the clinic, and the nurse practitioner like, y'all should not have sent her home with this crap. It's also spiraled into the legislature. They attempted and failed this interim to advance legislation that would have required coroners to do more reporting on when this is associated with violent deaths. When psychiatric drugs they're also kind of going after SSRIs, which is a different bracket of drugs. But some reporters early in I'm a product of very good mentoring. My first editor, Steve Peck, just the effort he poured into me and the patience he showed me, I cannot credit enough. But he always, like, a Green Reporter wants to write phrases like so-and-so passed away. And it's not numbing. It's not reducing anything. It's just euphemistic. We got to say died, killed, and then we got to use blunt verbs because things are what they are. And they hurt me to write, like it hurts me to write that lead. It comes out of me like a kidney stone to write things like that. But I can't go euphemistic and say things like passed away,
Yes. And how do you soften for a community that's grieving four deaths and a suicide? Like, I don't, what do you say? So
yeah. And that's not to say that I'm cold toward this at all. This is the one story that has actually.
I don't think I didn't even mean to bring it up. I was sorry, Claire.
No,
but
you're fine. I'm not offended.
I don't mean to say.
Because I know in my heart,
yes,
I actually care about this case.
I know. No, that I think the comment about your coverage was because you were not enough in the camp of some locals who knew this Byron woman who thinks she was done wrong by either whoever helped her, assisted her, enabled her to have access to drugs to fight her depression. We're just, it's the blame game of this one person who's saying it's the drugs that did it. Let's go after the drugs, the lawsuit. How come we're not hearing about the lawsuit from Cowboy State Daily? Why aren't we hearing more about, this evil ketamine and the people who prescribe it? It was that kind of thing,
Yeah, they didn't over till it's over. I want to talk about the story Jackson and I did last Wednesday asking people if they're in the Freedom Caucus.
Oh, yeah. Because once and for all, we have this nebulous, what is the Freedom Caucus and who wants to, raise their hand and say, I'm in it. Good. I love it that you.
We're tired of not knowing.
Yeah.
Like we would write something that didn't call someone out as not being Freedom Caucus, and we'd get an email from them like, I'm not Freedom Caucus. You gotta call me out as not. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
Right.
I don't know who the members are, and y'all are public officials, and we don't know. And our people want to know, our readers want to know. And it's interesting to me that some on the right have taken it as an attack. They're attacking. No, we just want to know who's in it. Our readers want to know. People actually, there's actually a clamor of people. And, on the right for a decade plus, it's been, in the federal realm, the deep state. We don't know who's in the deep state, and they're conspiring against us. And, thanks to Chevron, I think there actually is a deep state, the Chevron case, which has now been overturned. But that's notwithstanding. And so it's who's in the deep state or who has been to Epstein's Island? And so it's just from the right for years, there's been this who. We want to know who in our public service spheres are associated and what they're doing and who they are and who's doing what. But then you turn the question on a group on the right, and they had a freaking meltdown, and I'm getting emails, people calling me leftist and communist. And firstly, I have called out the Wyoming Democratic Party for trying to hide its finances. I have exposed the content that was in controversial books across Wyoming's libraries. I broke the Kappa Kappa Gamma lawsuit. I was the first mainstream reporter to break into the whole Diesel Delete issue that Troy Lake was involved with. And then the moment I ask who people are in a right-wing group, I'm getting called a communist. And I'm amazed at the intellectual dishonesty that I'm seeing across Wyoming.
Mm-hmm. And I think we've seen, good point. Tell us how you really feel. Who is calling me right now? Because I think we've seen when it suits people to be associated with the Freedom Caucus, that's great. When all of a sudden you don't want to be in that club, you get this nasty email saying, I'm not FC. They should all be required to wear the red hat with FC on it. And we got to know who's who. If you're in that group, claim you're in that group but
That is the transparency stance. And, you know, for people who work outside the press, transparency is like something you apply to your enemy. You know, like when I held a torch to the Wyoming Democratic Party, everyone on the right was like, yeah, transparency, it's time for that. But you know, there like Better Wyoming and some other groups have been like, oh, you know, you just look at their voting records. Like Tom Kelly is one that I argue about. Like Tom Kelly's a follower. He votes with Rachel Rodriguez Williams 83% of the time or something like that.
Yeah.
And but like I've covered Tom Kelly close enough that like when he like he can be fiercely independent. Sometimes he's like I've seen him just gouge Freedom Caucus backed bills like publicly and then rewrite them or, you know, amend them at length and blast them. And so I don't know that we can even go fully the Better Wyoming route and be like, well, this person generally votes with the Freedom Caucus, so that's what they are. I don't even think we can do that. And I'm not out to call people liars. I just wanted to ask the question and get some answers.
Yeah. I mean, this is the confusion created when you make a club within a club. When a caucus within an officially recognized party adopts some of the party line and some not of the party line, and it's so nebulous. And when you ask for a straw poll, and then you get people who, you know, either hang up on you or say, "Look at my voting record," or claim they're not in the club or in the club. It's like KKK stuff. Are you wearing the hood on the weekends or are you not? You know, like nobody wants to be in the club if it doesn't suit them. And I don't know.
Like these, well, I like a lot of people in the Freedom Caucus. I don't know that I could go so far with that.
Wow, yeah.
You did. Like, and that's another thing too. Like holding a torch to any group doesn't mean that we dislike them. Like I report when cops are sued, I report on it. Why? Because you hold your darlings to account to preserve those institutions. If you care about an institution, you hold it to account. And that's, you know, I think the whole Fox News infotainment sphere has kind of taken that from us.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know that I can. Maybe I just did a bad thing calling out a specific news organization.
I mean, it's legitimate of a reporter to say, look, if almost every day I'm reporting politics and I refer to a group as Freedom Caucus says this, I'd like to know who I need to define the Freedom Caucus. Help me.
Who are we talking about?
Yeah. I mean, Claire, you're the best.
You're the best. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily continues right after this break. Thanks for joining us this morning.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
Ready! We don't have time for spills.
Next. We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't know many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's a Wednesday, November 12th. Here are the things that happened on this day. Today in history, 1867, a peace conference is held at Fort Laramie. The goal is to arrive to a peaceful solution to the strife between whiteys, known as Americans. Half the fun of this day in history is not pre-reading these segments and then being baffled by the rhetoric, especially the grammar. Oh my goodness. The strife between Americans and Northern Plains Indians. So the strife between the whiteys who got here lately, the Johnny-come-latelys, and them that were already here. They were fighting, and we had to stop all the scalping and the arrows and the fighting. Peace conference at Fort Laramie, 1867. 1889, the first municipal election was held in Newcastle. 1890, first Wyoming state legislature is convened. 1890, previously territory. We had territorial legislation and stuff, but now officially a state. That's the first time the legislature convened this day in 1890. Also in 1890, United States government funded a land grant college for Wyoming. Eventually, that would become what we know it as today, the University of Wyoming. 1897, happy birthday to Millward Simpson. Everybody in Jackson knows the Simpson name. They know Millward. We all know Al. Millward Simpson, born in Jackson, grew up in Meeteetse and Cody, served as an infantry lieutenant in World War I, graduated from Harvard Law School 1925, and then served the great state of Wyoming as governor from 1955 through 1959. He was the 23rd governor of Wyoming. Millward Simpson, legend. One of his sons, of course, long-serving U.S. Senator Al Simpson, who passed away not too long ago. So, we're remembering today the birthday of Millward Simpson, 1897. I want to say it's the Simpson family that rocks the #1 license plate in Teton County. I could be wrong. How would you even look that up? I knew it. Teton County, Wyoming. You know, we do license plates as a badge of honor, if you didn't know. Those of you not from Wyoming. And this is not, from what I understand, this is not true of other counties in Wyoming. They don't have near the fascination, near the preoccupation with your license plate number. But in Teton County, because there's such an influx of new people, known as Californians, that to prove that you're real Wyoming, you have to have a low number license plate. This is how you tell them from us. And them have lots of numbers on their license. Whenever you see a guy go by rocking like 5 numbers on his license, you're like, just got here yesterday. You see him drive, the wrong way on a one-way street. They obviously don't know where they're going. They just got here, and the paint on their license plate is still dripping. It's not even dry yet. If you got 5 numbers, even if you got 4 numbers, and they're not low, if you got like a 9827, just got here last month. If you got 5 numbers on your license plate, you just got here yesterday. You need, if you're somebody, if you're in the who's who of Teton County, you got to have 3-digit. That's minimum threshold for getting in the club. 2-digit, whoa, you might be somebody. And if you're rocking a single-digit license plate, step back and let the king drive through here. I mean, you've been around. You've earned it, man. And I think Millward Simpson is the one who had license plate number 1. It's still in circulation, I think. I could be wrong. It could also be a Meade. That's an old name as well, but I can't license. Does anybody know license plate number 1? Let me put up our studio line again. If anybody knows, let me know. Studio line is 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text if you know who's rocking the license, Teton County license plate 1. I think I heard it was, I want to say a Simpson. Here's a story that I wrote about it for a newspaper I used to write for way back when. Yeah, it is, and some people will go to the clerk's office and ask for the lowest plate they have. You can do that. But low license plate numbers are beloved, says Katie Smits, Teton County Treasurer. Yes, lower the better. And you can ask for, so descendants of Jackson's historic families, the Meads, the Gills, the Lockharts, Van Vlecks, Watsaba, they got the low numbers. They've been here forever. And I think, I want to say the number 1 was Millward Simpson. Maybe I could ask ChatGPT, but I don't use ChatGPT because it costs money. All these people I hear using ChatGPT, they're like, oh, yeah, I use it to write my term paper. Oh, I use it to do this and that. I mean, I don't know how to use it. I don't even know what it is. Is it an app? Is it on the internet? And then when I look into it, I see it costs money, and I immediately stop looking into it. That's the end of my search. The end of my interest in using ChatGPT is the fact that it costs money. Oh, the hell with that. I'm not paying computers I already had to buy the laptop. What do you want me to pay the robots now to do my research? No, I don't think so. Maybe that's my cheapness, but I am not paying ChatGPT any money. But ChatGPT may know who has the license plate number 1. Is it Millward Simpson? I don't know. I'll look that up. But I know the lower the number, the better. You want a low number. And I forgot now why I'm even talking about this. Why was I talking about this? I can't remember. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Not the first time. Oh, yeah, we were doing this day in history. Duh. Millward Simpson, born on this day, 1897. Happy birthday, Millward. I think he had license plate number 1, Teton County. I mean, you don't get lower than that. The first license plate goes to the first guy with a car. Hey, Millward, you got to put a plate on that Ford Model T Ford of yours. Here's one. Here's number 1. This day in history, Man o' War runs its final race before he's put out to stud. Man o' War, if you didn't know, considered one of the greatest racehorses of all times. Right up there with Secretariat. But Man o' War did not win a Triple Crown, and here's why. I didn't know this. This was news to me. I've always heard Man o' War. You know, whenever you're asked to list the names of what famous racehorses do you know? Secretariat's the first one you think of, right? And then you may know of Man o' War. But there have been 11 winners of a Triple Crown, meaning you have to win the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont. 3 races for 3-year-old horses. If you win all 3, then your horse is, you know, the stud fee is whatever you want to ask, blank check. And you're one of the greatest racehorses of all time. Automatically, there have only been 11 winners of the Triple Crown. There hasn't been one in a long time lately. Man o' War, considered maybe the greatest racehorse ever, did not win a Triple Crown. And here's why, and I didn't know this. The owner didn't like racing in Kentucky. The owner of Man o' War refused to race in the state of Kentucky. Therefore, the Man o' War did not enter the Kentucky Derby. It only entered the Preakness, where it beat every horse like ridiculous. Man o' War ran the Preakness race in 1920, set the track record for the mile. No horse was even in the photo finish. Next came the Belmont. Man o' War won that by a record 20 lengths. Where are the rest of the horses? You know, the guy calling the race says, and they're off around the first and Man o' War's already won. Across the finish line. Man o' War coming up on the inside, and Man o' War wins. 20 lengths back is the nearest horse. Man o' War's dominance was so complete that unfortunately today we can't go back and look at very many races where we say, look at that, Man o' War won. But no other trainer would run against the horse after the Preakness and the Belmont. Nobody would enter a race. Every time Man o' War would sign up, the owner would sign up his horse to run a race, everybody else scratched their horse. They didn't want to look bad. They didn't want their horse getting beat that bad. Once in a while, they found some patsy who said, well, I'll take a shot. I mean, can you imagine if this horse wins? There was one good-natured owner that put his horse hoodwink against Man o' War, lost by 100 lengths. So nobody would race Man o' War, even though Man o' War would not race in the Kentucky Derby. Finally, the ultimate showdown of showdowns was agreed upon. The owner of Sir Barton, who won the Kentucky Derby in 1919, the race that Man o' War wouldn't race because the owner didn't want to run it. Sir Barton won the Kentucky Derby. Sir Barton was considered the fastest horse of its time. Sir Barton. A challenge was set up November 12th, 1920. This day, Man o' War, final race against Sir Barton. And guess who won? Man o' War by a mile. Just destroyed. Man o' War won by 7 lengths. Despite being pulled up at the end. The jockey was like, okay, Man o' War, calm down. We got it wrapped up. The Man o' War actually lost a race in its career. The horse was 10-1, I think. Won 10 races, lost 1. No, it won 9, sorry. As a 2-year-old, Man o' War dominated the racing scene in 1919. It won 9 times in 10 starts. Its only loss came when the horse had its back to the starting line. This is back before they put the horses in what do you call them things? The chutes? This is back when they just had a rope. They would put a rope across the course, and it was dude's job at each end to drop the rope, and they're like, they're off. And whoever was doing the rope, half the horses in the field, one of them being Man o' War, were not ready to go. They weren't even facing the right way. Man o' War was looking the other way. He wasn't even ready to go, and they dropped the rope. By the time Man o' War turns around and sees there's a race going, they said that horse almost won it anyway. It went from last to third to second, and they said that thing was gaining so fast it would have easily won. If it just ran out of time at the finish line, it finished second. Man o' War, most badass horse of all times. In this day in history, it ran for the final time today, November 12th, 1920. This day, same day, other sports story, 1920 on this day, Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis was hired as the commissioner of Major League Baseball. This was basically to clean up the mess that was 1919 World Series when the Chicago Black Sox threw the series, and we found out later that they purposely lost the World Series for bettors so the mob could win money. And it was a real black mark on Major League Baseball. And to erase that and deal with it and get down to the bottom of it, Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis hired as commissioner of Major League Baseball this day, 1920. This day, 1981, I mention this only because it's Ohio. The state of Ohio, they can't seem to come up with its own names of towns. The state of Ohio, the Wyoming Historical Society was formed on this day in 1981. The Wyoming, you heard that right, Historical Society, founded in 1981. Only when I clicked to find out more information, I found it was Wyoming, Ohio Historical Society, which, of course, makes me think of Miami, Ohio. Can't Ohio come up with its own names? Are you really? You're out of names after Cleveland and Cincinnati and Akron? Those are the only 3 cities I can name in Ohio. You come up with your own 3 names, and then you're through laziness and whatever, you just mail it in. They're like, we're out of names. We got Cleveland. After Cleveland, I mean, come on. How are you going to beat that? Cincinnati, Akron, and then from there on, they just start taking names from other places to the point where they confuse college kids who think they pack their bathing suit and they're off to college at Miami. Miami of Ohio. Freaking Ohio cannot come up with any of its own. And they even have it a Wyoming, Ohio. Not fair. Time for rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, Cade Bruno, number 5 in the world in the saddle bronc riding. He is heading to the National Finals Rodeo for the 4th straight time in the number 5 spot in the world. The Chalice, Idaho cowboy talks about his year in general when we come back. Cade Bruno on the Road Show. Stay close.
Fall is here, and ranchers know that it's more than just changing leaves. It's production sales season. You've put in the hard work, and now's the time to make sure your genetics get the attention they deserve. The Western Ag Network now reaches farmers and ranchers across 11 western states on 128 radio stations, plus broadcast television and social media. When it comes to marketing your herd this fall, we've got you covered. Western Ag Network, connecting your purebred operation with the commercial cattlemen and women who matter the most. Ranchers, are you looking for real-world performance in your next herd sire? If so, then don't miss the 8th annual Little Belt Classic Bull Sale, November 20th at 1 o'clock p.m. at the ranch near Hobson, Montana. Featuring 65 Black Angus bulls, 50 commercial bred heifers AI to S Wrangler 830, and 12 Baldy heifers AI to Coleman below zero. Stop by early, walk through the pens, and visit with them about cattle that work for a living. Details at littlebeltclassic.com. Don't forget online bidding at Frontier Live.
You know, I was looking at the results, and you had a lot of finishes, you know, 2nd through 7th, so to speak, and just plucking a check, you know, just consistent. Like you said, you know, the year before you win Greeley, you win the Calgary Stampede, you win, but this year it was just consistent, it seemed like.
Yeah, no, I felt good, and I didn't draw the best everywhere, but, you know, I was drawing good enough. Like I said, I made a ton of short rounds, and I was always kind of in the hunt, but it just never really worked out. And like I said, there'll be years like that, and like I said, I still had one of the best years going in number 5 this year, and just, yeah, like I said, it's a different year, but it was one of those learning years, kind of. I felt like I broke a couple saddles, and I switched saddles a couple times, and I rode Weston Patterson's saddle. We rode it back-to-back in Vernal and Jordan, Montana. You know, I was kind of bouncing around a little bit in saddles, and really for everything that I went through, it ended up being a really good finish.
Born and raised in Challis, Idaho, and he has become a world-class saddle bronc rider. He won the Hondo Rodeo in Phoenix over the weekend. Gabe Bruno on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Hey, Bob Jordan. Bob chimes in on our discussion regarding the Cheyenne City Council, who, you know, must be bored because they're discussing an ordinance of the month, ordinance of the week, another law of the week. You know, people were making too much noise in Cheyenne, so a noise ordinance. People are laying around homeless in Cheyenne, so we got to have a stiffer fine for the homeless. And people are knocking on doors when they're unwanted solicitation. There ought to be a law, says everybody in Cheyenne, and the city council more than happy to pass yet another law regarding illicit roofers and Jehovah's Witnesses and whoever else might bang on your door when you didn't invite them. And it just, you know, we were talking about it earlier, and I just said, you know, the notion that there ought to be a law, and your first inclination to run to your representative when you get a knock on the door you don't like is so un-Wyoming. It's, you know, and Cheyenne, you're just proven that, you know, we're just going to sell you off to Colorado. Just cede Wyoming right to Colorado. Because that's not what we do in Wyoming. We are an independent people. We relish our independence. We do things. We take care of our own business. TCB. We don't pick up the phone and complain that some guy knocked on the door trying to sell us a roof repair that we don't want. Bob says just deal with it. Correct. Hustlers show up because the average person isn't wise enough to see the hustle. No, obviously, the average person is giving away their life savings to a dude that says they missed jury duty. They run out to the loafing jug and pour money into the Bitcoin machine or whatever, you know. This is why we become a nanny state. People can't survive without government. We'll lose all our money and we'll answer the door to anybody who comes knocking. We'll be back. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this stuff.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Making our way towards the top of the hour, end of hour 3. That leaves us with, let me do the math. One more hour. Cowboy State Daily Show. Big story of the day, by far, the notion, the idea that the PRCA can move to Wyoming. PRCA, Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association. They're thinking about relocating their headquarters, including the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and any other brick and mortar associated with PRCA, thinking about moving to Wyoming. And Renee Jean has the story for Cowboy State Daily. It's resonating with readers. Over 1,300 impressions on the Facebook, 103 comments, 105 shares. That's what we're all reading today. We're interested in the idea that rodeo should come home to Wyoming and get out of hippie country Colorado. With all apologies to those of you in Colorado. Still some good cowboy western places in Colorado, but Wyoming could make a case for being a better home to the PRCA. And a lot of people think so. A lot of people agree with that story. And Vicky does point out that if we're looking for a new location for PRCA in Wyoming, maybe not Cheyenne, although it is home to Daddy of 'em All, the greatest rodeo ever. Right up there with Calgary Stampede, the 10-day Daddy of 'em All in Cheyenne. Shouldn't that be a place then to put the PRCA? Vicky says, nah, Casper would be better. Casper has the CNFR, College National Finals Rodeo. Several world champion cowboys have come out of the Casper area. And also Cheyenne is pretty much Colorado, Vicky says, which I think we pointed out. We proved her point today. All morning. Beginning with Cheyenne City Council considers $750 fine for sleeping in the streets. Sounds like a big city Colorado problem. Sounds like Denver. Other stories that people are pretty interested in, including that one I just mentioned, Cheyenne City Council trying to squeeze blood out of a turnip. Is that the saying, or is it blood out of a stone? If people are homeless, they're homeless because they likely don't have money to pay rent or a mortgage, and they likely don't have the ability to pay you $50, much less $750. This is basic economics, Cheyenne City Council. Basic. Because your current ordinance or law on the books isn't solving the problem, maybe the solution isn't to double down on it or 15 times it or whatever the math is. A $50 fine, $5 fine for wine, and good Chris Ledoux song. $50 fine for being homeless doesn't solve the problem. Then $750 is not going to solve the housing problem either. Basic economics. Cheyenne City Council needs to go back to school, maybe. That'll do it for this hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, rolling along on a Wednesday. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side and make a run for the finish line. A couple of special guests coming up in the next hour you're not going to want to miss. It'll be fun. We'll see you in just a bit. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Military service has been Mark Fenning's life since the day he was born in an army hospital in France. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that along with 300 others packed into the American Legion Post 6 meeting hall in Cheyenne on Tuesday, Fenning said he felt like celebrating.
Veterans are really quick to say it's good to remember those who died, but that's what Memorial Day is for. Veterans Day is a celebration. You know, you can remember everybody who served, but it's not a solemn event. They celebrate.
Wyoming American Legion Department Commander Russell Stafford tells Cowboy State Daily that it's sometimes easy to pick out veterans in a community because they're the ones who are the first to help out, volunteer, or become first responders. Wyoming's largest teachers advocacy group in 8 school districts are urging the state Supreme Court not to pause a judge's order requiring more money for school staff, lunches, and technology while the state appeals the ruling. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports why the Wyoming Education Association and the school districts filed an opposition to the Wyoming Attorney General's office's earlier request.
The Wyoming Education Association and 8 school districts fired back late last week saying, we don't want the Wyoming Supreme Court to pause a judge's order to give lawmakers breathing room so they don't have to meet this new basket of goods. The state had said, whoa, give lawmakers some time while this appeal is ongoing because we don't know if this judge's mandate, like that there needs to be one computer for each kid and mental health counselors in elementary school and stuff like that. So why don't you back off and just let them legislate? Wyoming Education Association fired back and said, no, we think this mandate's going to hold.
The motion claims the state is likely to win its challenge and in so doing, win back more legislative autonomy on how to fund schools. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 local historians are researching and sharing the lives of Campbell County veterans buried in Gillette's Mount Pisgah Cemetery. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that their work digs into the veterans' background so the service members are vividly remembered.
The reason that they're preserving these stories is for the children, so they will have this connection to these servicemen and women who served during wartime efforts and who gave and sacrificed so much. They don't want them to be forgotten, and this project helps bring them to the forefront.
More than 1,000 veterans are buried at the cemetery in Gillette. Rockpile Museum Youth Coordinator Penny Schroeder and veteran Greg Bennick tell Cowboy State Daily that they research about 12 veterans each and every year. After 46 years in Colorado Springs, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame are considering a move to Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the move makes a ton of sense.
This is a perfect matchup. I mean, Cheyenne is where the daddy of them all, the big rodeo, Cheyenne Frontier Days is. I went and looked at the Hall of Famers. A lot of them, if they aren't from Wyoming, they still went to Wyoming for Cheyenne Frontier Days and won a buckle there.
Economic Development Entity Cheyenne Leads CEO Betsy Hale tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the reasons the PRCA is seriously considering the move to Wyoming is because it's outgrown its space in Colorado Springs. And a pair of brawling mule deer bucks crashed through a plate glass window and ended up in the basement exercise room of a home in Roxborough Park, a semi-rural neighborhood in the Denver area on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the how and why these two bucks got into this predicament.
Mule deer are in the rut. That's the mating season, so you get bucks sparring with each other, fighting with each other. Yeah, 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning, a couple deer ended up crashing right through a window and into a basement exercise room in a home there.
A spokesperson for the West Metro Fire Department tells Cowboy State Daily that the pair were safely tranquilized, hauled out by firefighters, and set free again. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. We've been having fun this morning with the Cheyenne City Council. Cheyenne City Council about their approach to solving homelessness and reaching out to the underhoused. Their efforts are to just double down on the fines for being homeless. Instead of $50, they're going to make it $750. And I said we'd have a guest on later today who's actually helping do something when it comes to homeless or those in need of food, let's say, childcare. A lot of response from this outfit. Hunter Christensen joins us. He's senior vice president. If you're senior vice president, I don't want to see who's junior. You're not even old enough to be a vice president, Hunter.
Thank you, Jake. It's so good to see you. Thanks for having me on the show on behalf of Hughes Charitable Foundation.
Hughes Charitable Foundation celebrating, by the way, their 5th year anniversary, really 5 years ago, established by Wayne and Molly. That's so cool. 5 years. What are you doing to celebrate the 5th year? I see on your socials mention of it.
Yeah, so it's been fun. This is 5 years that we've been a Wyoming foundation. We've been making grants since 2017 in Wyoming, but 5 years as a Wyoming foundation, and we love it. To celebrate, we have been asking our grantees to share with us some of the stories of the positive impacts they've been able to make. And man, those are the most inspiring things. I wish we could just turn around and have everybody hear those kind of stories, because it's stories about neighbors loving neighbors, which is exactly what we love to do.
Yeah, a guiding principle at Hughes Charitable Foundation is love your neighbor, go and do likewise. That may sound familiar. You can read that in Luke, one of the 4 Gospels. Yeah, just reaching out, helping out. It sounds like the Wyoming way. It truly is. Whether they're supporting a food pantry in Cheyenne, a mental health center in Riverton, or child care program in Thermopolis, you can find the Hughes Charitable Foundation at work helping communities be communities. And tell us about Hunter. Wayne calls it the impact zone. You know, if not for one catastrophic medical bill, if you're uninsured, or many of us feel like we're one step away from not necessarily being homeless, but being in real trouble, like being in the impact zone, and we might need help.
Yeah, that we love that analogy, and that comes from Wayne's lifelong love of surfing. If you've ever gotten to play on the beach, it's so fun playing in the waves, but sometimes those waves can sneak up on you. They're a little big, and if you get knocked down, it's a little hard to get out before the next wave knocks you over.
Yeah.
And so we try to find nonprofits that are trying to help get people out of that impact zone, back on their feet, and look for opportunities to support people doing that work.
Yeah, so cool. So what I hear, I don't see Hughes Charitable Foundation often blowing their own horn. Like, I probably am not aware of even half the things that Hughes Charitable Foundation does. It's like, it's like the iceberg, the glacier, where most of it's underwater. I don't even see the most of it. Once in a while, I'll hear maybe a show on NPR or WPR, like underwritten by the Hughes Charitable Foundation, or just little mentions, but it's not an organization. Is that intentional, to not go around beating your own chest? You're just taking care of business quietly in communities throughout Wyoming.
That is intentional. What we love is helping neighbors love their neighbors, and we just get to be a supporting role in that. And so part of what we do is trying to inspire people to see the opportunities they already have. It's little things that make a big difference. And so we don't worry about recognition. We just everything we do tries to help people love their neighbors, because at the end of the day, that's what makes Wyoming magical.
Hunter Christensen with Hughes Charitable Foundation. How does the foundation become aware of need? What happens?
We have a really hardworking board and our staff. We keep it small, but everybody works hard. We look for opportunities across the state where folks have a nonprofit, they're trying to meet a need in their community. And when that need lines up with something that we're focused on, and we try to make the biggest impact we can, so usually hunger, housing, care, sometimes mental health, things like that, any of those areas. So when we see an opportunity, then our board does due diligence, and they learn about it, and they learn about the need and what the community is doing, or what that nonprofit is doing to meet it. Then we extend an invitation, and then we have a small group with robust conversation about how can we potentially support them and extend a grant.
For instance, we just heard during a government shutdown, which was like the entire month of October and then some, we saw food programs like SNAP go unfunded, underfunded. Hunger is like the most foremost issue. If you don't have enough to eat, other problems kind of fade away. Since 2010, the At Food Group Wyoming, At Food Group Y, began as a grassroots effort. A concerned mom community members moved by stories of children going hungry over the weekend. So long before the government shutdown, Hughes Charitable Foundation has been working toward hunger efforts and trying to make sure everybody gets enough to eat.
Yeah, it's really challenging but exciting to see how many folks recognize this need now, whether it's the Pinedale Community Food Basket working to help folks who are fighting hunger in that area, or Joshua's, or any of the other several areas up, or several entities up in Casper. I mean, all over the state, we try to find opportunities to support folks addressing food security needs.
And housing, we know, I know that Wayne and Molly are concerned about housing. Housing is nationwide, and certainly in Wyoming, certainly in certain communities in Wyoming, it is tough. What are you doing on efforts in that part? I don't know how you solve that, Hunter.
Yeah, well, we definitely need the Lord's help and an entire community effort, because housing is just so expensive no matter where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we try to find opportunities to help address both crisis and little things here and there. But that one's just really tough. And so we do what we can, and then we keep saying our prayers and ask for the rest of the blessings to come into play and help folks as needed.
I like that. So what else do you want to share? We're going to give the website because I want folks to sign up for the newsletter so they can be made aware of what's going on and where a need might be and where success stories are happening. We'll give the website in a minute and sign up for the newsletter. What else you doing, Hunter? What else you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to say, for you and your listeners, if you could think about where is an opportunity for you to do good to one of your neighbors or even a family member or a friend today, because the small things make the biggest difference. And whether it's a smile or a little bit of extra sweat equity supporting a project in your neighborhood or your town, or if it's a small or big financial donation where you can recognize a need that you care about, what can you do today? That would be the most exciting thing. And we'd consider that a birthday present to help us celebrate 5 years if you do something to support your community.
I like that. Where often you see foundations like this, Hughes Charitable Foundation, celebrating 5-year anniversary, where you see them often doing the heavy lift, and a lot of that time it means money. You can do an everyday lift, man. Let Hughes inspire you to share whatever it is you can. I mean, it can be the smallest of small things, right, Hunter? These do not have to be big things to help your community.
Yep. Even just helping raise awareness in your community through conversations or social media posts. When you see a need and someone's trying to address that need, if the best thing you can do is help somebody else learn about that in your community, that's a win.
Hughes Charitable Foundation. Find them on the internet. HughesCF.org. HughesCF, the letter CF.org. Sign up for the newsletter at the very least, and maybe that'll inspire you to also do what you can. Or you may have something in someone or some effort in need of attention, and bring it to Hunter's attention. Hunter, thanks for everything you do, and say hi to Wayne and Molly for me.
Jake, thanks for your interest in the foundation, and especially in your interest in helping strengthen Wyoming. And thanks for all the hard work that you and your team have put together, making Cowboy State Daily the go-to statewide news source.
Thank you. As Garth Brooks says, in Wyoming, we don't ask for a handout. We just looking for a hand up, man. Be that hand up to your neighbor. And it'll be the great state that Wyoming was meant to be. Hunter, carry on, buddy. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you.
God bless. That's Hunter Christensen and the Hughes Charitable Foundation, celebrating 5 years now. We'll take a quick break. We're back with more. I have another guest coming up you're going to love. Daniel Harmon's going to be with us, and he is the creative mind behind the coolest TV show going right now. And it's for kids. It's so cool. It is something that you can feel good about, putting your kids in front of the TV set and not have to worry. It's actually good for them. The Tuttle Twins, if you're not aware of this hottest TV show going, the cartoon Tuttle Twins, Daniel Harmon's going to be on to talk about that. It's really neat. And we'll do that in just a bit. Let's take a break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Do you see these rowdies these hippies out in California? As referenced by a Merle Haggard song. What a great line. Like those hippies out in California do. That comes straight out of the Merle Haggard song, right? We're going to talk about a country song, by the way. That's not what it appears. The number one country song, according to Billboard charts. Written, recorded, performed by nobody. No person. Nobody knows who this group is. Nobody has stood up and taken credit for the song. You know, like often if there's some kind of public bombing, Al-Qaeda will take credit. Nobody has come forward to take credit for the number one song on the Billboard charts in country music right now. Is this song believed to be from a computer? AI country song rollicks to the top of the U.S. sales chart. I knew this day was coming. I didn't think it'd get here that quickly. The Fight Inside of Me, that's the Merle Haggard song, right? That has, like these hippies in San Francisco do. Is that the right song, or am I thinking of When you're walking on the fighting side of me. No, that's the other one. It's the other Merle Haggard song. Okie from Muskogee. That one has like these like the hippies in like the hippies out in San Francisco do. We don't let our hair grow long and shaggy like the hippies in San Fran do. Yeah, you see these hippies out in Berkeley, UC Berkeley, that rioted the Turning Point event, Turning Point USA event, Charlie Kirk event. And it was a counter protest that turned violent. Oh my God, it was like way violent for the hippies. These are not the same hippies from San Fran from the 60s that were promoting peace, that put the flowers in the rifle barrel of SWAT guys. This is a different kind of hippie, man. These hippies are throwing hands. They're like fighting. The DOJ is investigating these protests that happened at UC Berkeley campus at a Turning Point USA event that turned violent. I mean, not quite as violent as the one that killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, it wasn't a rifle, but these protests, these are people like fighting. The cops, there's blood. Other people are just bashing each other at the Turning Point USA event. And depending on what news source you read, the group that was counter-protesting, the group that had a problem with Turning Point USA were either Antifa or were anti-fascist group. In other words, they're concerned that Turning Point USA's message is fascist. Whoever these hippies are that were counter-protesting the Turning Point USA event, whatever you want to label them as, their protest was pretty violent, like fisticuff violent. Dozens arrested. Berkeley Police Department had to commit. The campus couldn't deal with it. They had to call in the real cops and a whole bunch of arrests. President Trump is, because of his crackdown on Antifa-type movement, ordered the Justice Department to go look into this. He's got the DOJ. He's like, what is going on at UC Berkeley? Yeah, what is going on? Back to that's the Merle Haggard song. Back to the other song. The current number one song, the Billboard charts number one country song, is a song called Walk My Walk. I just listened to it earlier. I can't play it or I'll get into copyright violation trouble. Here's the sad irony of today's world, where I'm a human up against robots everywhere I look. Pretty soon it'll be the robots that arrest you at the Berkeley. Anyway, here's the world we live in today that we have to navigate. Me as a human, I am now have to discern whether a song is made by a fellow human, a piece of art. Did an artist paint that, or did a computer? Did an author, did a novelist write that story, or did a computer? And who recorded this song, Walk My Walk, by Breaking Rust? It's an artist with no identity. The record label, if there was a record, it shows no photo. It's just a sort of a shadowed out dude in a cowboy hat. The singer is purported to be, and there is an actual name for the singer, this singer's a weird name. The credits of the track mention the singer and songwriter as Aubier Rivaldo Taylor. a 3-name singer, which kind of encompasses everything. You got a little bit of French there, Aubier. Middle name, Rivaldo, that's for the Latin community, and Taylor, regular old white guy. That name is not found anywhere. It has no social presence, no online presence, no existence anywhere. Nobody named Aubier Rivaldo Taylor is registered with ASCAP or BMI or anybody you would have to pay song royalties to. The group that sings this song, supposedly Breaking Rust, you can't find anything about them. And the song Walk My Walk, I listened to it. Here's what I had to go through to listen to it. Here's the computer world we're navigating today. Just to listen to the song on this, I guess I could have gone to wherever, Spotify, but I went to this website to listen to the song. The first thing the website wanted to know is it wanted me to prove I was human. A robot taking care of a robot, it's not like a robot, a bot website wanted me, a human, to prove I was human. Oh, the nerve of this web. So I had to do that. Where do you see a bridge in these photos? Where is a bicycle? And, I had to do that, the whole deal. To prove to a robot that I'm human in order to listen to a robot song. And if I were to play this robot song on this show, a robot would tattletale on me and ding the robot monitored websites that we broadcast on. In other words, YouTube, for instance, where we stream, has bots crawling constantly to look for copyright violations. The chance that I might play 15 seconds of this song, Walk My Walk, and if I did, a robot would be listening and it would turn me in. It would ding Cowboy State Daily. It would say, get that off of your website or we're going to seize your YouTube account. We're going to freeze it. Robots doing all this for a robot song. That's a robot world. I did listen to the song, by the way, eventually. Breaking Rust, Walk My Walk. It's, I don't know, mildly titillating. I don't know how it got to number 1, but whatever. I don't know how any country song today displaces Morgan Wallen for the number 1 spot. I mean, whatever Morgan Wallen decides to record this week is number 1 in country music for the last 2 years. But somehow this song sneaks into the number 1 spot on Billboard charts. Walk My Walk by Breaking Rust. The only problem is there is no such thing as Breaking Rust. There is no such thing as the singer and songwriter of Breaking Rust, Aubier Rivaldo Taylor. And it's believed to be completely AI generated, although nobody has come forward to admit that's the case or to say it's not. We don't know. In fact, if you ask the computers, if you ask ChatGPT, who is Rusted, what is the name of them? Rusted Root? No, who is Breaking Rust? ChatGPT says there's a 60 to 90% chance that this group is artificially intelligent designed. A computer says, we're kind of sure a computer wrote that song and recorded it. And it's the number 1 song in the nation, in the country music charts. Golly, I thought this day was coming. I didn't know it'd be today. We're going to talk with Daniel Harmon next, and we're going to talk about the Tuttle Twins right after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Well, they said it couldn't be done, but watch. We have a TV show that it's okay to put your kid in front of it, not worry about what they're enjoying on TV. Daniel Harmon is with us, the creator, showrunner of the Tuttle Twins TV show, award-winning cartoon teaching kids about the principles of freedom and economics. Tuttle Twins, based on a book series, maybe you read that, has over 5 million copies sold. In 2020, Tuttle Twins set a record. #1 crowd-funded kids show in the world. Top-rated show over there at Angel Studios, where this guy is a co-founder. We're going to talk about Angel Studios and Tuttle Twins and all that stuff. You know what it sounds like to me? And I hate, Daniel, I really hate doing this. I hate when people say, oh, this music group sounds like that music group, and this book reminds me of that book. This show reminds me of when the professor dude and the dog would go back in time to relive events. What the heck was that show?
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about, but I can't remember the title.
I can't either. But is this kind of... Now, I have not seen Tuttle Twins, but I'm just looking like the synopsis, and I'm trying to get an idea of what it is, what you've created. It sounds so cool. The Tuttle Twins go back in time and relive some historical events. What are you trying to do with this cartoon? Brainwashing the kids?
Well, everyone's trying to teach their kids something, right? Everyone wants to pass their values down to their kids. And what we're doing is creating a resource for parents who care about things like the Constitution or rights to life, liberty, and property. Some of the fundamental principles that our nation is founded on. The principles of freedom and really sound economics. So that's what we're doing. We're creating a tool that I really wanted as a parent, and that ultimately I would have loved to have had as a kid. And it just turns out it's kind of a combination of a little bit of like the Magic School Bus mixed with things like Phineas and Ferb, and even little bits of The Simpsons, though more family friendly. And so we're drawing inspiration from a lot of different kind of classic cartoons in order to make a show that hopefully is something that not only kids are told to watch, but they want to watch over their options on, YouTube and TikTok and Netflix and the like. We want them to choose to watch this. And then also when the parents sit down with the kids, they're rewarded for watching it, where they've got jokes that are flying over the heads of the 8-year-olds, but are landing perfectly in the lap of, the 35 to 40-year-old parent.
I love that. And let's talk about how this became the premiere show, the show for Angel Studios. Why is it crowdfunded? Whenever I picture like quality entertainment being proposed to a Hollywood exec, who I always picture, with a big cigar and a huge desk, and you're making your elevator pitch, and he'll say, "That's never going to work, kid." He sends you back, and why this show is working. And, maybe there are Hollywood execs that have to eat a little crow on this. This show is killing. And it's, tell me why the model of crowdfunding. What is Angel Studios? Why is it different?
Yeah, so Angel Studios is a streaming service that is focused on telling stories that amplify light, right? And they became very well known for the crowdfunding that they did with The Chosen, right? Set a record for the top crowdfunded, I think, media project of all time. It was something along the lines of like $11 million. So yeah, I am a co-founder of Angel Studios. Back before it became Angel, it was VidAngel, and they were sued by Disney, right? And we crowdfunded at that point in order to raise money to fight the lawsuit against Disney, because there was no way we had enough money to do that. And then once that happened, I communicated with my brothers, and I was like, well, if we can do this in order to, fight a lawsuit, couldn't we raise from the crowd in order to fund like a film project? And that was a little bit of the idea that kind of sparked this, that ultimately turned it into the success with the crowdfunding of The Chosen. And then ultimately, my own show with Tuttle Twins. So when the book series itself, which you mentioned at the beginning of the show, Jake, or at the beginning of this segment, the book series was finding a lot of success, where it was starting to sell into tens and hundreds of thousands of copies. And I know the original author, Connor Boyack. He and I have been friends for years and have worked on different things together. And I loved his book series. I bought every single one of them for my kids. And when he started entertaining the idea of turning it into a TV show, my partners and I reached out to him and said, "Hey, we want to be the ones that turn this into a TV show. And we think we can do a really good job at that." And so we went to the crowd. We put together a pilot episode, which is the first episode of a series, and we didn't even fully animate it. We actually did a collection of storyboards and edited them together with temporary sound and temporary voices, but enough that the viewer, it's called an animatic. When you put these storyboards together in a way, it's kind of like watching a moving storybook, Yeah. And we showed that to the crowd, and we were able to raise $3.7 million off and become the number one crowdfunded kids show ever from that pilot concept. And it was from there, it just kind of, took off bit by bit, where we've just built season after season after season to where we're now releasing our fourth season, and we're the number one, show on Angel Studios. And it's just been a tremendous run. And parents thank us over and over again for providing a resource like this for their kids to learn about things like freedom of speech, inflation, entrepreneurship, again, rights to life, liberty, and property, the difference between needs and rights, and all these things that they're not really learning as much in public schools and not learning as much in culture.
And it's always fun to like teach kids when they don't know they're being taught as well. You know, they think it's downtime. They think it's like rec time, but they continue to learn. That's quality programming. You went ahead to where we got from popular book series to cartoon. I see now. You knew the author. You tapped into what was already a successful storyline, and people loved it. And then you pitch, with this trial, right? You pitch what you described as like a crude cartoon, like the crudest.
It wasn't even colored. It wasn't even colored. It was just black and white.
Yeah,
very crude, pieced together drawings, but enough that people could follow it.
Yeah, and you brought the story to life, story that they already love. They already were in love with the Tuttle Twins. Everybody liked this already, and they're like, oh my goodness, they brought it to life in a cartoon. And maybe you got some pity money, like, oof, they need better animators. This thing is awful. So how do you do it now? How has it grown? How many years now? 4? What season are we in? Season 4?
Yeah, so we're in season 4 now. And I mean, for me, the project itself is closer to 5 or 6 years that I've been in production and pre-production on it. And it's important to note as well that the original author, Connor, and the illustrator, Elijah Doe, are both executive producers on the show.
Good.
So before we ever go out with an episode, we check in with them and make sure we're teaching the right thing. So we're starting from the right place of like, what do we want to teach in this particular episode? And then the adventure and the fun kind of is born out of that, rather than trying to, sort of jam it in or put a square peg into a round hole kind of thing. We're actually starting from what we're teaching and letting the concepts kind of flow out of that. And it has been so cool to see, because we've always designed this and envision it as a co-viewing experience for parents and for kids. We want them to sit down at the dinner table and have conversations about, why is the price of bread and milk and meat going up, right? What's this inflation thing? What causes that? And what's this thing called supply and demand? How does that work in life? And also, what are these things called rights? Do those come from the government, or do they come from our nature and from God? Those kinds of things are the principles that we're constantly teaching in the show.
Now, teaching rhymes with preaching, and I want to talk to the people who have not seen this, who've not read it, who have no familiarity with Tuttle Twins, and parents who are making decisions about what their kids are allowed to digest in front of the TV and the screen, and how, everything. It's almost impossible to even teach history without some angle, without some, so what would you say to that parent that says, this sounds like it might be good for my kid, but I don't want him being preached to. I don't want him learning history this way. Like, what line? Boy, you always have to walk a line in everything in entertainment.
Yeah.
So what, I don't know, what do you say to these parents, like to invite them in to watch the next Tuttle Twin show?
We do our best to research and try to portray history factually. Now, we've got a grandma with a time-traveling wheelchair that takes her twins back to learn from these figures. So we're taking artistic license. Let me be very certain about that. Like when we portray Benjamin Franklin, we give him a kind of character and stuff, but we're also basing it in historical facts. And when characters like the Founding Fathers or like John Locke, when we go back and visit them, we don't avoid the fact that they, so many of them were very strong believers in God. And so we don't try to whitewash over that. We just acknowledge it and portray it for what it is. And I don't think of the show as a Christian show, but it's also got a lot of Christian values in it, right? And it is very much trying to portray the historical figures in as best we can in the context of what they were communicating at the time, right? When we take our culture of now and try to compare it to the culture of then, there's no way you can even make that jump, right? For us to either try to judge them backwards, or if they were even trying to look forward and judge us, it just wouldn't be fair. So we're just doing the best we can to portray this. And obviously, most of what is in the show would be considered something that would be appealing to people that consider themselves either, conservative or libertarian. But what we find is that when people are open-minded and they're either center or even center left, they end up agreeing with about 80% of what we're saying in the show, because we're going through it in a very logical way, and we're asking for critical thinking from the kids. That's what we're doing. We're not just trying to be like, we don't paint this in terms of red versus blue and Democrat versus Republican or conservative versus liberal. We just teach the principles and teach the critical thinking around them. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah. And it just seems to me, like I said, a show that any parent can feel okay with their kid watching unsupervised, or you parents can get involved too. And there's a little discussion for the dinner table that night. Tell me now, the idea comes, you mentioned the continued involvement of the author of Tuttle Twins. So I imagine the first season, the second season, the plenty of material from the books. How does that continue to grow? What's the next story? Do you continue to work with the author? Does the book series still exist? Is there still fresh content? How does that all work? How do you come up with the next show?
Yeah, so Connor Boyack and Elijah Stanfield, that have created the original Tuttle Twins book series, have a really good library for us to draw on. Yeah. Now, most of those individual books in the series we have touched on now at this point in some way. And so when we go and approach a new season, which we did just the other day, to kind of sit down with them and discuss planning for season 5 even, we actually talk about, okay, these are subjects we'd like to see, and we listen to our audience, right? They're telling us on Instagram and our Facebook groups and YouTube and all those things, they're telling us, like, we want to hear more of this from the kids. Like, they're asking for a lot of more kind of practical financial literacy type lessons for their kids. And we communicate that back to them. And then they say, okay, this checks in this way. And they kind of help orient us on what the lessons are going to be. So they're very much involved even to this day. And there's always more to teach about. Like, even if you go back to the same lesson over again, there's, like, if you watch what the world's doing, there will never be, we'll never run out of material to be able to speak about these things, because of the way culture and the way government is moving. There is always going to be a space to say, wait a minute, slow down. Is that really the government's job? Is that really what we should be doing as humans? Should we really be, taking money and using it this way? Those kinds of questions are always going to be at play. And so there's always going to be a fresh angle to approach things from.
We're talking to Daniel Harmon, showrunner, creator of Tuttle Twins TV. And that's where you can find this on socials at Tuttle Twins TV. Tuttle Twins, an engaging educational animated series following the lives of Ethan and Emily. I'm assuming they're the twins, and they're inquisitive. They want to learn about certain things, and it's their quirky grandma Gabby and a pet raccoon named Derek who help out with history lessons, including Grandma Gabby's magical wheelchair that can go back in time, which reminds me of the Peabody and Sherman, the 1960s.
There it is. There's the title, Peabody and Sherman. You found it. Yep, that's the one.
Sherman. So, Daniel, just a couple more things. That the Angel Studios and The Chosen, let's go back to that, because that was wildly successful. That is the most successful grassroots thing, whether it's TV, anything, where I heard it from all different kinds of people of faith, people of not faith, my neighbors, my friends, everybody was like, are you onto this Chosen thing? Have you seen it? They were sharing links on how I could watch it. It was incredible. Did that take off beyond your wildest dreams? Like, what started that fire?
Oh, 100%. I mean, what started the fire is Dallas Jenkins, the director, created a short film called The Shepherd. And that was a retelling of the nativity from the perspective of one of the shepherds who was, visited in the field by the angels announcing the birth of Jesus. And it was just such a emotionally impactful short film that when we put it out in front of, put it out in front of the crowd, and spent money behind it to push it on platforms like Facebook and YouTube in order to raise money for the series. People were just so touched by it that they were like, yeah, I want to see more of this. I want to see, the stories of Jesus, but it was more the perspective of the eyes of his followers, right? The imperfect people like us, right? That was kind of the angle that Dallas was taking with it. So really that's what did it. He created an incredible pilot, if you will, or short film that the whole series was kind of based on that can be watched to this day. And absolutely took off beyond my wildest dreams. I think it's been seen over 100 million times. It's a really great series.
Yeah, that's Angels. That birthed Angel Studios. Co-founder is with us, Daniel Harmon, Angel Studios, and that was a take my money, please kind of moment with The Chosen. Did that? I don't know if that woke up Hollywood to the notion that programming like that and like Tuttle Twins can work. Parents are just hungry, thirsty for it. And, Hollywood continues to just pump out another Marvel comic series movie. So this is how we're going to do Tuttle TV. And it's really neat. It's an incredible way to do stuff. What's next? What's the future for Angel Studios? And how do we support Tuttle Twins? Of course, I'm online now. I guess we can go start at the interwebs.
Yeah, well, if you go to angel.com, you can download the app for free. There's actually quite a bit of content that's available to watch for free. Now, the guild members, this is where Angel is doing something incredibly disruptive compared to what Hollywood is doing. So the normal Hollywood model is films and TV series are greenlit by a handful of executives, right? Yeah. They and a lot of the time they get it wrong. Sometimes they get it right, but there's a ton of failures out there, right? Tons and tons that either don't make it in the box office or that never see more than a pilot episode or a first season because it's really hard to know what people want. And so Angel has flipped that on its head in the same way of that like crowdfunding that gave birth to Tuttle Twins. They use the Angel Guild, which are people that pay a monthly membership in order to see Angel projects before they ever even go out to the public. So that happens with my show. None of my episodes can actually go on the Angel platform without first being approved by the Angel Guild. So the Angel Guild themselves that have that membership, they are the Hollywood gatekeepers now. So they watch my content and they get to say whether or not my story amplifies light. And they get to also say how disappointed they'd be if it never saw the light of day. And luckily, Tuttle Twins, we score really, really well in that category. But they're the ones greenlighting everything that goes to the theaters in Angel Studios. So, for example, upcoming now on December 19th is the release of David. Full-length feature animated film, gorgeously animated, this movie about David and Goliath. And that's all because of the Angel Guild. They're the ones that approved that. So even my brothers, who are not only co-founders, but they're in the day-to-day operations of Angel. I'm all focused on the Tuttle Twin show, but they're in the day-to-day of running Angel. They can't greenlight anything without the Angel Guild. The Angel Guild first, it has to pass them. So we are accountable to our customers, to the crowd. That's where the accountability is, so that we can't someday go crazy and get off the rails like some of these other studios have of just creating content that no one wants to watch and that is offensive to our sensibilities. No, it has to go through and be approved by the Angel Guild first, and that's an incredible safeguard, and it's also a tremendous check for quality. The audience scores on these films they average above 90% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's fantastic.
That sounds like a smart business model, like the way things should be done, when just a select few people are allowed to do the thumbs up, thumbs down. Not only is there missed opportunity, what never gets see the light of day, but there's also the idea that the same stuff will constantly come out. It's why people say their biggest problem with movies today is the same thing. There's nothing original. It's because the same few people are greenlighting projects rather than the other way around, where a group think gets to, I like the way you're doing it, Daniel. Angel Studios, find out more. Daniel Harmon, and go Go watch the Tuttle Twins. I'm going to go watch some Tuttle Twins today.
Awesome.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being
Jamie.
on. Cowboy State Daily Show is Daniel Harmon, Tuttle Twins. Find them at Tuttle Twins TV. Get on the interwebs and look for Angel Studios as well and find out what's going on there. It's really uplifting story and amplifying light. We should all be trying to do that every day.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential.
I was going to take a break, but I think I got all my breaks in, right? Or maybe I don't. I should check. If I don't
Between
get
Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So a touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor
here we are.
recreation.
I got it back together. Yeah, I think that's going to wrap us up for the show as we is just about out of time here on a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Fun show, man. We talked about a lot. From Tuttle Twins cartoons to Cheyenne City Council to the PRCA, perhaps relocating from Colorado to Wyoming. Yeah, rodeo belongs in Wyoming, does it not? That seems to make sense. And that's all we're trying to do. Make sense of the world, and when we can't make sense of it, make fun of it. That's kind of our mission statement, I think, on Cowboy State Daily, right? Make sense of the world or make fun of it. I don't know if you had it on your bingo card, but a computer just wrote the #1 country song in the nation, according to Billboard. We talked about that too. The idea that the future is here and artificial intelligence just created a song that we all can't get enough of, honestly. What a world we're living in. Yeah, that'll do it for a Wednesday. We'll see you first thing tomorrow, same time. Meanwhile, have a great Wednesday and download the podcast, Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. That'll do it for us.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.